The meeting for the regular city council meeting. The date is July 19th. The time is 6:11. We're calling this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Kashambra Miller Anderson, Councilperson Julia Botel, Jonathan Evans, City Manager,
Present.
Tawana Smith, City Clerk is present, Don Nguyen, City Attorney.
Here.
And tonight, Mr. Chair, our pledge will be by Mr. Jace Philip Baptiste.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Jace Philip Jean Baptiste. He's currently a Riviera Beach resident, 9 years old, and attends Northborough Elementary. He does very well in his studies. His favorite subject is math, and his favorite sport is soccer. He dreams one day to become a trained engineer, and he's spending his summer coming to the meeting to give us a Pledge of Allegiance, so thank you for taking a break from your summer vacation. If you join us at the podium. And if everybody can give a round of applause for Mr. Jace.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like the record to reflect that Ms. Kashambra Miller Anderson is on the dais. Commissioner, Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions for the agenda tonight?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would ask that the clerk read those items into the record.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 11A will be deleted from the agenda. Item 9A, 9B, 9C, and 9D. So again, 11A, 9A, 9B, 9C, and 9D will be deleted. Item 7A will be added. That will be a discussion on the two ordinances that were previously voted down.
Could you state the ordinance for the record, please, Madam Clerk?
I believe you have my,
Ordinance 4221 and Ordinance 4222, previously voted on June 21st for discussion on 7A.
yes.
Ordinance 4221 and Ordinance 4222, rezoning.
Those are your addition and deletions, Mr. Chair.
And that will be discussion 7A?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other additions, deletions, or substitutions?
No, but if you can give me those numbers again, that'd be great.
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
It's going to be 11A as in apple. That's
Being deleted?
The ordinance numbers?
Ordinance numbers.
Oh, ordinance numbers. Ordinance 4221 and Ordinance 4222, discussion and deliberation. Lompoc.
Mr.
At
Chair,
7A. Commissioner McCoy.
so I'm clear. I don't recall taking action on two separate ordinances. I recall taking action on one.
4221 was the ordinance, and I believe that, did we move forward, Attorney Nguyen or Ms. Smith? I don't believe we moved forward with the second ordinance.
it did not.
We did not. So then discussion tonight will just be on ordinance 4221.
If I understand it correctly, the two ordinances are tied, they relate to one another.
Well, I guess if you brought one back, you have the discussion deliberations to bring one back, the other would automatically come back with it. Because I believe you had the rezoning and the flu. Mr. Sermons, if he's here, he may be able to speak to it better.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCoy, go ahead. Councilperson McCoy, I'm sorry.
So if I remember correctly, we did the zoning ordinance and that was it. And we decided to delete everything else off of the agenda. So we didn't take action on the future land use.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
City Manager Evans, go ahead.
but by virtue of the board deleting the remaining items that were on the agenda, the board did act with respect to that. You didn't vote in the affirmative or in the contrary, but you did vote, you did take official action to delete those items off the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional deletions, deletions, substitutions?
No, sir.
Disclosures from the mayor and city council?
Oh, no.
Commissioner? No? No discussion? I did have discussions with representatives from the Viking project. No, that's Safe Harbors pulled off. But Viking project, I believe, is item. I've had conversations, discussions with representatives from the Safe Harbor project.
Same here.
Ms. Madison, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Botel. Councilman McCoy, any disclosures?
No disclosures.
Thank you, sir.
But I do have a question. I asked this of Mrs. Sermon's Development Services if we were going to change the order of, I guess it doesn't matter to delete it. So that doesn't even matter anymore. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. But I guess actually it does. So for item, so we're not doing any zoning change. So yeah.
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt agenda with necessary changes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been adopted and properly second with the changes added. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel? Yes. Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine action will be taken with one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered its normal sequence on the agenda. Does anyone want to pull an item from the consent agenda? Motion to approve consent?
Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk?
I do have a public comment card on consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and take public comment cards.
Mr. Travis Bethel? You put in a card for item number 1.
Thank you.
So
Minutes 1A. Councilman McCoy?
okay, thank you.
Good evening, council. Travis Bethel, 37 East 24th Street, 19-year resident. So they pulled the Safe Harbor Rivovich from the agenda. And I look at our representatives have not represented us at all.
So
Sorry.
I'm going to go ahead and interrupt, Mr. Chair.
We
Point of
Hold
order.
on, Travis. Point of order received. Is it in reference to the comments?
I don't believe so.
Oh, Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
Yes, I was going to ask if we could perhaps have this gentleman come back, but we're dealing with something separate. It's only,
This is just consent, so germane to the subject, Mr. Travis, we want to keep this relative to the consent agenda.
Well, there won't be any agenda, and we all came out tonight, and no one told us that it was canceled.
Well, to that point, we do have public comments, so you can still make your public comments during that item.
I don't know, the staff told me, I said, where should I put it as? They told me 1, so.
Okay, well, we'll direct staff, public comments will be taken at 7:30 as regular time.
Okay, I'll come back.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, any additional comments?
No, Mr. Chair, that's it.
Councilman McCoy, your point of order was received. Any additional comments? Motion to adopt consent agenda?
so moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel? Yes. Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier? Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
We'll reach the end of consent. We're moving into unfinished business, 4A. Madam Clerk?
Yes. 4A, Mr. Chair, is going to be, a motion will be made to renew resolution number 75-23. As you know, at the last meeting, it was presented, but it was voted down. It was voted down with the dissenting being Mr. McCoy, Ms. Lanier, and Mr. Lawson. So we put this on here to allow the opportunity for a motion to renew the resolution that was presented.
Resolution 7223 was defeated June 21st in order for more bids or solicitation. I don't believe there were any additional bids, but Councilman McCoy did ask for a renewal of the motion. Councilman McCoy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Resolution 7523 was defeated on June 21st, 2023, because there was not enough information was presented. Since then, staff has provided additional information and clarity. Therefore, Resolution 7523 is presented again for renewal and requesting approval. That is my motion.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. We need a motion and a second to move forward with this.
That's the motion, Mr. Chair.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and properly second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, staff is prepared to answer any questions that the board may have with related to Resolution 7523 concerning the architectural services for the renovations associated with the Tate Gymnasium for the cost of $58,000. The monies that are being utilized is for the was received in a grant that the city received for about $450,000. There is a time certain when the work is to be completed, and so staff is recommending approval to move forward with the selection of the architect to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We do not have any public comment cards on this, but once you finish with your presentation, I'll read the actual header so that it'll be on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
No, sir.
No? Any questions?
Yeah, I wanted to know, is there a presentation for this? Yeah, I don't know what happened. I know that I voted against it because there were issues in regards to the procurement of it. The reason was given that there were 4 individuals that were a part of a procurement pool, I would think, or for lack of better terms. And it was given to Alfonso Hernandez Architect because they had not received any work, but it wasn't based on a solicitation. So what has changed since that time?
Ms. Lanier,
Yes,
the firm that it was
Ms. McBride, you
awarded
may go
was
ahead.
being recommended,
Go ahead, Ms. McBride.
the firm that it was recommended to be awarded to, that firm, along with other firms, had responded to the city's solicitation, an RFQ back in 2020 that was issued under the Florida Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. And it allows for us to seek services of architects, engineers, surveyors, mappers. And we were seeking to establish some continuing contract with several architects for city projects. As a result of that solicitation, we selected 4 firms: Song and Associates, Reg Architects, West Architect, and Hernandez Architect. I think it was just a misstatement during the presentation, because under that statute, the awards are based upon qualifications, experience, not price. So I think the way it was presented just was not presented appropriately.
Deputy McBride, if you could state your name for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth McBride, Deputy City Manager.
so.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Councilwoman.
Tell me how that works, because what I'm hearing is that it's a procurement process
Yes,
where you pick 4 people? Or you
well,
pick a number of people?
well,
How does that work?
we were looking for several firms. And I think I have the heading here from that solicitation. Okay, it was a request for qualifications for architectural services. The first paragraph announced that the city pursuant to the Florida statute, State Statute 287-055. Now, basically, there are some statutes the city must follow. It's not necessarily our procurement code, but those statutes. And this particular statutes relate to state and local governmental entities. We must follow them in securing these particular services. And it said we were seeking qualified consultants to provide professional architectural services on an ongoing basis. The solicitation in itself anticipated we would select multiple providers. We also have done continuing contracts for some of our other providers as our owners reps that we have been using with our construction. We selected 4 firms during the same year also.
So what happens is that you have 4 firms, and then, because like I said before, the understanding or the way it was presented was that they got the bid just because they hadn't gotten any.
No, it should have been based upon their qualifications. This firm was awarded the bid because they had also completed similar work with the city of West Palm Beach on the Pleasant City Gym. Okay. It's not price-based. Even we are not permitted under these particular contracts to have the selected firm bid against each other.
Okay, so apparently I didn't get the information as well, so please forward that to me.
Okay, I sent you an email today. Were you
Today?
able to receive it? Yes.
No, I did not see
Okay,
anything
I
today,
sent
but
it
I'll
again.
look for it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Evans, go ahead.
With respect to the Competitive Consultant Negotiation Act, there are certain disciplines and certain trades that have to be qualifications based. It is not based on price. So architectural, engineering, certain services are provided for that you have to do based on the qualifications. The city some time ago, back in 2020, created this market where we wanted to get a pool of consultants. And so as we went to that particular pool, there was one of the consulting firms that was not provided any service, that has not provided any service and responded to the solicitation. So the selection was based on their qualifications because they have completed a similar project in another community. And so that's why staff brought that one forward. But there was a solicitation process, but it cannot be based on price. It's based on their qualifications as a firm.
Um,
Go ahead.
So let me try. So it happens the same way. So what you do is you get their qualifications, and then you have an evaluation criteria, and you mark it up, and then that's how you determine?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Based on the solicitation, they will look at the qualifications that were provided, the bandwidth and the skill set and the depth of experience of those particular firms. And based on that, that's when a recommendation would come forward based on what that firm is able to provide, as well as if there's other firms in some cases that may decline the work. I don't know if that happened in this particular case, but this particular firm is working on a project that is a similar project, and that's why they were selected to come forward. One, because they have the qualifications, and 2, they are in that marketplace, and there was no work that had been provided for them to work on behalf of the city, and they did respond to that solicitation that we originally put out.
Okay, yeah, just send me the information, or, I mean, I didn't check my emails today, but I shouldn't have gotten it today anyway. I should have gotten it before that. So, yeah, I'll look at it.
And follow up to that, this information was requested and this agenda was posted last week. So I'm not sure why my colleague would have got this information today. So this is the same.
It was asked for during our agenda review on Monday evening, and it just took that time together, review all the facts and documents to provide a response.
Understood, but the agenda was posted last week, Wednesday. So if this was being renoticed or to be reheard, I'm assuming that the commissioners that did not support it would want to know what's changed. Why are we renewing this motion to even consider it again, being that it's been voted down? So I don't want to be in the business of having these items brought back to the board. During my agenda review, I was given that information, but if my colleagues weren't, that's counterproductive to moving the city forward.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Board members, commissioners, any other questions? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, I'll read the header of the resolution into the record so that it'll be reflected in our minutes, and then I'll call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a work order for Alfonso Hernandez Architect in the amount of $58,250 for architectural work for the renovations of Tate's Gym, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the director of finance to make payment for same, and providing for an effective date. I'll proceed with the roll now. I believe that Councilperson Botel was trying to get our attention. You're good? Okay. Councilperson Botel? Yes. Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier? Chairperson Lawson? That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously. You're welcome, sir.
Sorry? Nothing.
When it comes out, you have to, yeah.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, 5A.
Yes, 5A is under petition and communications for filing. We won't be accepting any public comment cards on this item. This petition was against the items that were deleted, but for the record, we did receive two petitions and correspondences that I will read into the record, just who they were from and the date that we received them and whether they're in opposition or for the project. On April 14th,
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
so let me just make sure I understand. You're gonna read what exactly?
the date and who it's from, and if they're in
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
it would be my recommendation that we do not proceed forward in that particular fashion because that is not consistent with what we've done in the past. I think we acknowledge that we have received said documentation concerning opposition of the project, and we file those informations with the city clerk, but I don't think it should be something that is provided for in the record in such a fashion.
I would agree, I'd be in agreement with that. Council members? Agreed? Madam Clerk?
yes, and you all have folders with the information.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam, sorry, Chair. So what usually happens, because I think I asked this question during agenda review, and the question was, there were petitions filed in the Long Pines issue, but I did not see it on the agenda. So tell me the difference between putting this one on the agenda and that one not being on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
The process that we are doing right now is the same process that we did with Long Pine. We recognize that there was in fact petitions that were provided for concerning the project, and they were filed with the city clerks. So it was actually on the agenda in the same exact fashion that this item is before you.
So it was under petition and communications?
That is correct.
I think I never saw that. So what does that mean? That means that you read what?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
It's that we acknowledge that we received petitions with regards to the petitioner's opposition of whichever item that is on the agenda. So we acknowledge that the petitions have been and informing the board of said petition, but then it's on file with the city clerk. At any time, if anyone wants to receive a copy or access to those petitions, those are available, and we did want to inform the community that they have in fact met the threshold to be able to satisfactorily comply with what is required to file a petition on a certain project.
I would like, it's in the folder, is this it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Williamson, go ahead.
so for this particular item, when those items do come back before us, that's where they have to have a 4-1 vote or supermajority vote?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
when those items come before you at second and final reading, that's when it requires the supermajority.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Council members? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Well, actually, let me.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Evans, Mr. Nguyen, I think we should probably think about this process, right? Because obviously we recognize and understand that this is relative to a proposed zoning change. However, if someone just comes in and decides they want to collect petitions, does that now rise to the level of being on our city council agenda? So I don't think it should be just anybody that decides that they don't agree with resolution X, Y, and Z. But if there is a actual established purpose within our code, like for instance, you can do a referendum petition. Those are called out in our code section. So those items I expect that, we should be made aware of, not any item that someone just says, me and my neighbor wants a speed bump and we sign this petition. That shouldn't come before the city council.
Typically, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Attorney-
when petitions, what have you, formal documents are received from the public and addressed to the council, dealing with an item that may come before you, it is received for filing and nothing else is addressed as it relates to it, because you can't just turn away a public record. So you're going to accept it. It just acknowledges that it's been received and that it's a public record.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So to follow up, my question is, if me and a group of my neighbors decide we want a speed bump and we submit a petition, should I expect that that's going to show up on the city council agenda? And if your answer is no, then we need to make sure that that's clear in our process.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With respect to the comments that Councilperson McCoy made concerning the code, he is absolutely correct. There is a provision that's called out in the code with respect to the item that is before, what was before you concerning zoning and the future land use map. And so that is a certain process. However, if someone comes to Councilperson McCoy's point and says that they want a speed bump, they would submit the proof to the clerk. We would acknowledge we've received that to the individual, and then we would circulate that document to the clerk or have it for the purpose of record. But it would not be an item that elevates to the level that these petitions concerning the items with regards to safe harbor does, because there is a specific code provision that speaks to what the community needs to do and how we are to handle those petitions.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam Clerk, any additional comments for item 5A?
No.
Awards and presentations, 6A.
Presentation of proclamation proclaiming July as Parks and Recreation Month.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, this proclamation is by the Office of the Mayor in collaboration with the Parks and Recreation Department.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yes. From the Office of the Mayor, City of Revere Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, declaring July 2023 as Park and Recreation Month. Whereas Park and Recreation is an integral part of our community throughout the country, including Revere Beach, Palm Beach County. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. Whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider for healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to a childhood's development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, and attraction and retention of businesses and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to environmental well-being for our community, and whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient to face natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for childhood and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Revere Beach, Palm Beach County recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation sources. Now therefore, I, Ronnie L. Felder, as Mayor of Revere Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Mayor. Any additional comments? Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'll ask for the Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Blankenship, to make some comments.
Good evening, Chair, Council. Richard Blankenship, proud to be your Parks and Recreation Director. Up on the screen, there's a list of some activities that will be going on for the rest of the month. But I would be remiss if I didn't recognize our staff, the men and women of the Parks and Recreation Department that make everything go. Some folks start their morning at 6:30. Some are working now and they won't finish until 9 or 10 o'clock tonight to get everything done. And we are a 7-day-a-week operation. So they do put in the time, the effort to make the department function. Over my career, I've often said that there's not everybody needs to use city services, but I'm pretty certain everybody in this room has used a park in their community at some point in time. So we do thank you for your support, because without your support, we wouldn't be able to get any of this done. And thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship. Did you send out this information to all the commissioners already?
I believe the media group has it to send out.
Okay. Yeah, if we can get that forwarded to us, because I'd love to attend. I'm sure my colleagues would like to as well.
Chair.
Ms. Lanier, go ahead.
Oh, I'd just like
What's
to
up?
say that I think the Parks and Recreation Department for their hard work, but especially to Miss Eladia Franks, who's the Assistant Director for Parks and Recs, and she does a wonderful job and keeping that department together and making sure that the people who are working with her actually care about the city. So I really appreciate her services and the things that she does for the city.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Mr. Evans, council members? Mr. Blankenship, thank you. Thank you for your service and the work, and thank you for Parks and Rec.
Mr. Blankenship?
You want to go take a picture? Okay. We'll continue with the meeting. We're going to go into discussion and deliberating, which is moved to 7A. Madam Clerk?
Yes, 7A is a discussion and hopefully some direction from you guys, from the mayor and the city council on two ordinances that were before you at the last meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this item was brought back. I decided to bring this item back to have discussion deliberation. This is the first meeting after this was voted down as a 4-1 vote on June 21st. The ordinance was 4221, and then the remaining ordinances were deleted. The discussion tonight is to have an open dialogue about a letter that was provided to the council within the last 24 hours, and then an email from Mr. Evans. Madam Clerk, if you can read the letters into the record.
The letter, sir, is from WGI. It's written out to the city of Riviera Beach, the mayor and city council, and Jonathan Evans. It referenced Long Pine Golf Course redevelopment. Dear Mayor Felder and council members, the undersigned is the identified applicant for the proposed redevelopment of the Long Pine Golf Course. As you know, after a lengthy hearing on June 21st, 2023, you denied the proposed redevelopment. Since that time, the applicant has been working on revised plans and determined two potential avenues to move forward. The applicant desires to have an opportunity to try to work with its neighbors and the city staff to determine if there is a viable compromise that would meet with city approval. This may include a reconfiguration of the development plan and potentially a reduction in density. We understand that certain neighbors desire no redevelopment, but given that the golf course is not economically viable, we hope to be able to come to a reasonable compromise. The other alternative, though it is not the desired course of action, it to present a plan to the city staff in accordance with the provisions of the Live Local Act as adopted by Senate Bill 102 in the last legislative session. This would meaning that the proposed development would be a for-rent development with 40% affordable housing units as required by the Live Local Act. Of necessity, this would require that the development be a multifamily development that would significantly denser than the proposal previously presented. Again, this is not the applicant's desired outcome. Based on the options available, the applicant requests that the city council vote to rehear the Lone Pine Golf Course applicant at a to-be-determined date after notice has been provided in accordance with applicable regulations. The applicant will then meet again with its neighbors to try to come up with a resolution on a development plan to present on rehearing. The applicant will continue to work in good faith with its neighbors to see if there is any compromise that can be reached. We appreciate your consideration for this request. Respectfully submitted, WGI Incorporated, signed by Yon, Y-O-A-N, Machado, M-A-C-H-A-D-O, Senior Project Manager.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's leave public comments open while we have discussion on this item, because I did want to have a discussion to renew that ordinance and possibly bring this back at a later date and have staff. But I wanted to have this conversation with my colleagues because I do believe that we need some insight and direction for the Live Local, since it's such a new policy enacted by our state legislation. And I want us to have an opportunity for the applicant to have more conversations with the new legislation that was put in place with the residents of Lone Pine, since this would impact them the most. We do understand that a petition was submitted from the residents as well, so that's why I brought this motion back tonight, to have a discussion and possibly ask to have this renewed or reheard at a later date after we've had an opportunity, if it's voted in the affirmative tonight. Commissioners, any council members, any questions?
Yes.
Madam Pro Temp?
Now I'm really confused. So it was defeated by a 4-1 vote.
Yes, Pro Temp.
And so you brought it back.
Yes, Pro Temp.
So who was WGI and why was that read into the record?
Either Mr. Evans or Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead. Mr.
This item was requested by and added onto the agenda by a council person for the purposes of discussion. I think the council person, and not to speak for him, can provide the rationale behind it, but I think it was to provide clarity to the board as to why this item is before you this evening for discussion. It is a correspondence that I received and then forwarded that to the board late yesterday evening concerning this particular item. That item is defeated, but I think the council person wanted to have a discussion related to the items that are contained. So I think it was for just the board's general edification about what the nature of the conversation that you all will be having this evening is about.
And Mr. Evans, thank you. That was the intent, just to also echo those sentiments, Pro Temp. The concern was that after reading and having discussion with our city manager about the Live Local, I think we as a board need to understand Live Local and the approach, and then possibly have a discussion with the applicant and the residents to talk about the options that may or may not have in that parcel, with Live Local being newly adopted. And that's where we also need to have a better understanding as to what comes with Live Local. And that, with this being a new policy, we may want to have a discussion workshop, maybe have some of our legislators come down to talk about that, but we really need to have a discussion. So I wanted to bring this item for a possible renewal in the event we have to have this in the near future.
Sure.
Go ahead, Pro Temp.
I've never experienced that, so that's the reason why I'm a little thrown off by this.
Agreed.
Now, we're going to have a discussion about Long Pines in regards to housing. I think that instead of making this specific, that we need to talk about having a workshop on housing in general, so that we can look at not only Long Pines, but the entire city in regards to affordable housing and to bringing housing to the city. So I don't have a problem having that conversation, but certainly it would have to be in the context of housing in Riviera Beach in general.
I couldn't agree more. And Pro Temp, I agree that we have to have that housing discussion. That's actually a conversation I've had with Mr. Evans about bringing our CDC, bringing our direction of our partners like our housing authority, which had an amazing ribbon cutting recently. And we have to have a holistic approach and view of housing. But the reason I brought this ordinance is this is the only time that I have an opportunity to bring it back to the board. I was on the prevailing side as the 4-1, and looking at the content in the last 24 hours, I want to make sure we've visited every option before it comes into a position, because Live Local is moving forward. So regardless of our housing discussion, we're still going to have to visit what's happening at that parcel. And that was such a contentious item. I want us to have everything at the table and all discussions available. So I'm asking for us to have an opportunity to just discuss it more in depth. And that's the reason I'm asking for a vote to bring it back at a later date while we can actually learn more about Live Local. Because I don't want Live Local to just take over the parcels and properties within our community. Even though we have to address this housing crisis, we have opportunities to have, transparent, candid conversations with all parties at hand. And we do have a public comment card.
Yes.
If we can't hear the public comment card, then we'll go back into some additional discussion. Madam Clerk?
Miss Erica Davis?
Mr.
Well-
Chair, so first of all, let's
Councilman McCoy, go
back
ahead.
up from a procedural standpoint.
Yes.
I don't even know if we are even in position or proper posture to take public comments. This is not ripe before the board. So before we go into public comments, this has to be made and put on, pulled off of the table, if you will. So
And that was the question earlier. That's why I asked if we were going to take public comment during discussion deliberation. Go ahead, Attorney Nguyen.
After there's a motion on the floor, because without a motion on the floor, there's nothing for the public to comment on.
Thank you, Attorney Nguyen.
So-
And Ms. Davis, if there is a motion, I will call you back up so that you can't make public comments if there's a motion on this item. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any additional discussion about this item? Okay. So with that being said, I wanted to make a motion to renew and direct staff to come back before the board with information about Live Local and Ordinance 4221. Ordinance 4221 was defeated in a majority 4-1 supermajority vote, and I wanted to bring this back before the board for discussion.
Second.
Do we have a second?
second,
Discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
From a procedural standpoint, I think you also need to say any other ordinance that is accompanied that from a procedural standpoint, because there are ordinances that are intertwined.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We can add that to the motion. Councilwoman Botel, go ahead.
Thank you. So as I understand it, the reason for reconsidering this is that there's a potential for the developer to utilize Live Local to develop that property, regardless of what our zoning requirements are, regardless of how planning and zoning, it was all that on the table. And my preliminary understanding of Live Local says that the developer would have much more leeway. And so the purpose of bringing this back is for us to clarify what exactly that legally is. Is that correct?
That is the intent, and with the reading of the letter that Mr. Evans sent over and the developer, that was the intent of this discussion. So why I brought this item back is because I want to make sure we've had a transparent, candid conversation before the developer just does as they please. And we also need to have a discussion about Live Local as well, so we can have a better understanding and be prepared for additional development in our community. Thank you, Councilwoman Botel.
Chair.
Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say in terms of procedure, I thought that was the final vote. And I'm still kind of not clear about this. If that was the final vote, then if the developer wants to come back and do whatever they want to do, then they can go to circuit court and sue the city. That's what everybody else does. But to bring this back under a rescission or a whatever procedure, I just need to get some clarity on the procedure for this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Pro Temp. And City Attorney, I believe that if you have that information, if you want to provide that for Pro Temp, or if we can look that up in regards to requirements for bringing an item back before the board after it's been defeated.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's well, I mean, I can explain it somewhat right now. Madam Pro Tem, when there is a vote, the prevailing side gets to bring it back at the next meeting. There were 4 of you on the prevailing side. The ordinances, or that ordinance failed. So whoever voted in favor of denying it can bring it back. And so that is what Mr. Lawson is doing. The chair was on the prevailing side along with yourself, Ms. Miller Anderson, and Dr. Botel.
Chair.
Pro Tem, go ahead.
No, I was, so that if that's the case, then why you didn't just bring it back? Just bring both of the items back and just put it on the agenda?
Well, this transpired within the last 24 hours. So that's why I didn't have an opportunity to even add it to the agenda, because Mr. Evans just sent the letter out. So with doing my agenda review and also having the discussion with some state legislation and also learning more about Live Local, this was the only opportunity. So I would have preferred to bring it back, but it's only happened within the last 24 hours and not I've given an opportunity to add it sooner.
Okay, but then too, also check to see, because I thought that a rescission means that you have to give notice for that. I'm not sure, but it seems that you would have to give some type of notice for that.
Attorney Nguyen, is for bringing back a motion after it's been defeated at the next meeting, is there a notice that's
There's
required?
no notice required.
Okay, just want to make sure
It's pursuant to Robert's Rules of Order, Madam Pro Tem.
and just for clarity, Pro Tem, this is more so for understanding and clarity, because things are changing so fluidly right now. I want us to make sure that we've protected our community as much as possible. I still stand and support the vote, but with these changes that's happened, I want us to make sure we've identified every opportunity and we know all the information.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
if I may, just for the public's edification, because it is probably quite confusing why this particular matter is being discussed. This past legislative session, the governor signed into law Senate Bill 102, which is the Live Local Act, which allows for significant investments in affordable and workforce housing. There was monies that were provided to help facilitate that because of the housing crisis, but also incorporated in that piece of legislation preempts local government's authority with regards to zoning regulations, permitting, and gives really a lot of latitude and flexibility under the auspice of affordable and workforce housing. And so it really creates for some challenges, and a lot of local governments are in the same predicament to try to figure out what Live Local means and how it can impact their community. Live Local also provides a situation where if you have commercial or industrial land uses that have that designation, a developer can come in and build affordable and workforce housing in those designations without having to go through some of the processes that other developers have to go through with respect to consistency with your comp plan as well as your zoning code. And so it preempts local government significantly. Now, the item that is before you is obviously a change from recreational open space to residential plan U development. But right now, without having dug into the legislation, we cannot tell you if that is outside or separate and apart from what is provided for in Live Local. So there's a lot of conversations that happen at the staff level. And we also have a presentation that's going to be queued up for the board here at your first meeting in August to explain what we're all trying to figure out in every community, because it drastically changes the development opportunities within the communities, and what land use designation, which was provided for traditionally residential, now your commercial and your industrial land uses are fair game for any developer and any development that is looking to do workforce and affordable. And it's, you know, the language that they put in the law really takes your authority as a local government away significantly, where you're just in a procedural or ministerial role in approving some of these things. And so there's a lot of ambiguity. There's a lot of confusion to this, and we're still trying to figure all that out. And we did receive the letter, and then I provided the board an email late yesterday evening just for your edification as to what is on the horizon. So that's why the chair decided to have the discussion with you all and to see if there is any additional time to research and if there's any desire from the board to look at this in greater detail.
And to that point, and follow up, Pro Tem, the The other concern is that live local is essentially an attack on home rule. There's things and discussions that we need to have, and I appreciate our legislation for making attempts of addressing this housing crisis, focusing on affordable and workforce housing and making sure they provide support. But this is essentially an attack on home rule and the direction that we can provide for staff and what can and cannot be done. So this will be a mission that we have to talk about when we go back to Tallahassee to talk about legislation, because this is taking away some of the policies and rights that we have and giving developers the opportunity to do as they please on the land in our city. Pro Temp, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that if we're talking about the live local rule, then let's talk about that. Why do we have to bring Long Pines into it to have that discussion? Because there are other pieces of property that are in the city that could be subject to that same law. So why are we having Long Pines put in this conversation with Live Local? If we're talking about Live Local, if we're talking about it for the city of Riviera Beach, it should be about housing and living local for the city of Riviera Beach and not bring Long Pines into that discussion. Because if that's the case, then that means that you want to rescind what happened before at the 4-1 vote, and you want to bring it back, then that's a process. And if that's what you want to do, then of course you can do that, but there's a process to that, and then you're going to need a supermajority to bring that back. But the thing about it is that I don't want to have a discussion in regards to live local and the change of the laws and the change of what's happening at the state level that's, coming down to the local level and getting a particular or specific parcel involved. We should have that conversation in general because it may affect other properties as well as Long Pine.
And I actually agree with you. It's just kind of our hands are tied because this is the applicant that's at the table now. And we can wait. We can go ahead and learn, have the discussion. By the time that we have all the information we need, there'll be shovels in the ground in the Lone Pine Golf Course.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Miller-Anderson,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry. Chair
Please.
Pro Tem done?
Pro Temp? Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Miller-Anderson.
So I hear what you're saying, and I'm kind of in the same mindset as Chair Pro Tem. I don't have a problem with listening to the Live Local issue and learning a little more about that. But as Mr. Evans just stated, the current zoning is recreation. And for Live Local, they mentioned about commercial and industrial, and it doesn't fit into any of those categories. So today, I'm not changing my vote in terms of what I voted on for that Lone Pine situation, but I certainly can listen to the Live Local Act and how that could impact things going down the line. But right now, I don't see how those two even fit into it because it's recreational.
And to that point, I guess I would want clarity from Mr. Evans or Attorney Nguyen in regards to Live Local and that current zoning for that parcel. Mr. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But before you go to them, I just wanted to add in this caveat. I think there's a confusion with use and zoning. SB 102 speaks to uses, and they define it in statutory language as commercial or industrial. That doesn't actually apply to the zoning. So for all intents and purposes, a commercial property is anything that's not residential. And an industrial property is anything that's industrial driven that's not commercial. So certainly that in itself does not define, those are uses. That doesn't exactly define or is not synonymous with the actual zoning. So I think to provide clarification, Councilwoman Miller-Anderson, you're talking about two separate things. So I think the legislative intent was to provide for repurposing properties that's not residential. So if you're not residential, that leaves two other classification of uses, and that's commercial, industrial. That doesn't necessarily mean, because for all intents and purposes, right, we have property that's considered office, professional office as a zoning designation. Well, that in this situation would kind of fall up under the commercial realm that's called out in the state statute. So I don't think describing recreational open space that's a zoning and not an actual use per se, at least under the SB 102.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
To the earlier point, and it is very complicated, and so that is the intent is for staff to dig in to find out more information with regards to that. And I do want the board and the public to know is that I wanted to make sure that you all received both the letter as well as my correspondence concerning this particular matter, because this was provided for, like I said, in the last 24 hours. But until we get into, if there is an application specific to the Live Local, then we have to dig into that. But again, just, as Councilperson McCoy, there is some interpretation and there's some additional research that has to be done, and everyone is looking at this particular matter, so.
Chair.
Pro Tem, go ahead.
So this is my position. If we're going to talk about Live Local and we're going to talk about changing uses or changing zonings, whatever the case may be, then we need to talk about that outside of the Long Pine issue, because now we're trying to conflate the two. I don't want to put these together. If we're going to use Long Pine as an example, then we can, but to use it as a front, for lack of better terms, to have this discussion, I cannot do that. The vote was final. If you want to bring it back, you can. You in the there's 4 on the prevailing side. There's a process that you use to bring that vote back to the council, and then we can vote on it again. But to put it in the context of Live Local, that doesn't work for me, because those are 2 separate issues, and it's just not Long Pines. There are other properties. We've had this conversation about looking at some of the industrial warehouse properties in this area and doing a zoning change to change it to residential. So that's a conversation that we have had. But to put this on top of Live Local, that's a front to me. So I don't want to have those 2 things together. It has to be. If you want to bring it back, and we'll go through that whole process again. But to put it on as a part of Live Local is no, I can't do that one.
So I believe there was a motion and a second made. What I will do is I will amend the motion to incorporate bringing back item and associated items to ordinance 4221, so that we can actually have that reheard after staff has given us enough direction and the applicant has had additional conversation. And then after that motion, if I do have a second, I'll be also requesting that staff brings back information and sets up a workshop or discussion item for Live Local, so that legislation, staff, and everyone can do their due diligence. But I will be standing on my motion of bringing that ordinance back, since I was on the prevailing vote. And if that does pass with a majority, I would like for staff to begin working on seeing what steps we would need to take. Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion on the table, though. I amended the motion, and I was seeing if you'd hold your second before you go into discussion. Amended the motion to just incorporate the ordinance 4221 and the associated items to the item, and have nothing to do or no discussion with Live Local.
I renew that second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman McCoy.
Thank you. And let me provide some clarity to Councilwoman Miller Anderson as well as Nair. I would really encourage you to look at this, and I don't really consider this as a front. I would consider this as an alternative. And I'm just going to read just the first sentence of the title of this bill. CSSB 102, housing. It reads, citing this as the Live Local Act, deleting the authority of local governments to adopt or maintain laws, ordinances, rules, or other measures. And then it goes on to speak specifically to some other things that the bill does. But obviously, I would agree with Mr. Evans, this preempts us. So in the alternative, I think this is a great opportunity to have a conversation, as opposed to if we don't, there's going to be some real significant impacts. And I don't think, I would venture to say it's almost irreparable, because if a developer or any builder for that matter invokes this Live Local Act, the only provisions of authority that we have is the ministerial function of issuing permits. We don't have any ability to control the density. We're very much limited to control the density, as well as that's it, the density in the zoning. So we're tied completely. So I think, in the spirit of reasoning, if this was brought back for consideration, if it's your position that you don't want to support it, I think if you let this fail, we could possibly see much worse being provided over there at Lone Pine than what was initially proposed. So I would really encourage you to at least read the title and perhaps have a conversation. But when this came up, I specifically, right, and I think I'm the one that was on the dissenting side, and that's probably, well, I know because I was kind of following a number of bills, but I did not expect that we were going to end up on the 21st with a negative vote. But certainly I want to have some control, and I think having the opportunity to reason and come to the table allows us to come up with a product that all sides are amenable to. Because if we say no today, essentially they can submit an application right now for permitting, and we have no ability to stop someone from putting 700 or 800 apartment units out there at Lone Pine whatsoever. So I think, while certainly this is fresh and I think it's ripe, this is the only time that we can actually bring it back. But outside of that, they have free reign to build whatever they want. And then I guess the question is then going to be, well, why didn't we as a council decide to get ahead of this? And I think the opportunity is here now today. So before you, hold steadfast in your position, I think you should be open, because what we're asking, right, is for us to have this reconsidered as opposed to reapproving it. This is not reapproval whatsoever. Right. But I think if you close the door on this, I think the consequences are going to be unintended, and they're going to be much more catastrophic.
Mr. Chair. So the thing is, so you're basically saying that they would be able to do whatever they would like to do if they went through Live Local, and then as opposed to us having this conversation with them, they would possibly limit the amount of units that they would have an opportunity to do more if they didn't come through us and went through Live Local. So I don't understand if what you're saying is the case. How do we have control regardless? I mean, if they're not satisfied with, if we say only do 75, I mean, they can still go through Live Local and choose to do more. And what can we say about it then? Nothing. So I'm not understanding how we're going to prevent what are we going to control if we can't control it?
I believe Ms. Lanier, Pro Temp Lanier had a comment, and then I wanted to address Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
The conversation, I don't have any objections to having a conversation in general about housing and about this Live Local Act. But to put this on the agenda tonight with such a huge decision about that is already, in my mind, has been put to bed in terms of Lone Pines, to bring that back, to even try and bring that back and not give us any notice of that. You said that the information came yesterday, we got it today. That is no time to make a decision in regards to looking at this item or not. Now, if we're talking about Live Local, we're talking about housing, we need to have that conversation anyway. If this is about a house bill that came out, it's law now, then of course we need to have that conversation. But to bring Lone Pines back and not give us a heads up or not tell us that this may affect that because you just found out yesterday, that is unfair to us to have us to try and make that decision tonight.
To address Ms. Miller Anderson, the control will be based upon, from my understanding of Live Local, and that's again within 24 hours notice of understanding, that it would be based upon a affordable and workforce units to address the housing crisis versus the applicant that submitted for the rezoning of that parcel to do a different product. So I think this just gives us an opportunity to have more discussion and try to limit some of the impact that's going to come with this Live Local legislation that none of us obviously have too much information about. And we're still getting as much as possible now. And that's why I want Jonathan and staff to work with legislation to give us more details of that, but also give us an opportunity to still visit the ordinance that was voted down and have that as an opportunity. We can always vote this down and just have this resubmitted, but I do believe that the applicant may proceed with just doing as they please, and that's where I think Councilman McCoy wanted to get ahead of it.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, when did this law pass? You know, Ms. Evans?
It was signed into law. I can find that, but it was this legislative session, so it hasn't been the
It
first,
became effective July 1st.
July 1st, yeah.
July 1st.
Quick question, and because I heard about it, is it just for affordable and workforce, or could it also be a low-income housing?
I believe the bill says affordable housing.
Okay. Okay. And right now, the applicant for Lone Pine, they haven't submitted anything as far as live local.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
They haven't submitted anything with regards to affordable. Their original submission was for a market rate product, but in the letter that they provided, that's when they had referenced the possibility of going under the live local.
So if they go up on the live local, it opens the door back up automatically anyway, right? Technically,
What was the question?
if they go up on the live local for another application up on the live local, it opens the door back up to the council to vote for it, right?
No, that's what Mr. McCoy is saying, is that it takes it out of the hands of the local government.
So the council won't vote for it going through. It just
Correct.
goes.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may?
Go ahead, Mr.
So in the event that everything stays as it is today and they submit an application under Live Local, they basically can, they have to redesign the product and what have you and go through the process. But realistically, the process is prescribed. It is just formalities. You're just going through basically the motions because you basically are preempted on a lot of your home rule. And in my opinion, it's probably one of the most drastic pieces of legislation that pulls out your zoning requirements, even your comp plan. It preempts a lot of that stuff, which is, one of your core documents into how your city is developed. So if they were to do that procedurally, it still will go through the approval process, but both the city attorney and I would have to tell you, these are the parameters. This is what you can agree on. This is what you can't agree on. And realistically, it moves through the process pretty quickly.
Mr. Chair. Was that Councilman Boyd? Go ahead.
Thank you. And to answer the mayor's question, this actually was passed and signed by the governor on March 29th, 2023, and it went into effect July 1. And the other question I think the mayor asked was, do they just need to submit an application? That's it. In fact, that's a site plan application. That's not a zoning application. That's not a future land use application, perhaps a replat, which is ministerial. But let me tell you what happens if this board decides not to approve that site plan application. Well, they're permitted by right under state law. So now you got a Burt Harris claim, which means they're going to be able to build it regardless. So it's my position, right? We all understand, and I was sharing today that we get calls about individuals that's displaced and for whatever reason that don't have housing, and that's an issue. I think in the spirit of compromise, and I think what we heard in the letter, and I did receive a copy of it, they agreed to operate in good faith with those neighbors in negotiating. However, I think if you let this pass, you're going to find out that this is probably the better option. And what this does is allows us to have the conversation. It doesn't grant approval. Let's be clear about that. We're not undoing what occurred on June 21st. This allows the conversation to continue. And I just really would caution my colleagues that if we don't do this, we're already seeing that there's not a piece of developable land anywhere east of the Florida Turnpike in all of South Florida. So I think if we don't want to create a situation where we have, a bunch of affordable housing options, I think the folks out at Lone Pine would be in much worse position if this Live Local was to pass and this developer starts building on a piece of property where we have absolutely no control on just determining the density. So I would really encourage you to consider this item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. And Madam Clerk, if we can get some public comment and then finish the discussion with the board.
Yes, we have 4 public comment cards on this item, and the acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. We're going to start with Ms. Erica Davis, followed by Mr. Fane Lozman, and then Mr. Wayne Richards.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. See, this is the stuff that I'm talking about. We are always prey to the predators. And they always choose Riviera Beach to come in here and do whatever they please. And they do it however they please to bully, to come in here and do what the hell they want to do. I suggest you all, before you do anything, don't listen to Mr. McCoy. You go through all the laws yourself and read them up and down. Even when it comes to the zoning. Just don't stop falling for everything. Do your research. Because we're not going to allow this, because if I have to go up to Tallahassee myself with a bunch of people, that law has to be changed. Because that means that anybody can come in here like they have and do whatever they want to do. And you guys, some of you fall for it. We don't want affordable housing. We don't need any more affordable housing. We are 70% or maybe more with rental property. You just had the water department $280-something million that we can't even afford to build our water plant. We need market rate. Why didn't they have this discussion of negotiation while the plan was on the table? Why didn't you do that? Why are you so greedy, wanting to put 240-something units of market housing? You could have broke it down then.
Ms. Davis, address the board, please.
And now they want to come back and then renegotiate and put more rental. All of these raggedy houses and raggedy apartments in the neighborhood, tear some of those down and put some more new units. But we need market rate. But we didn't need that many, and they should have negotiated that. So before you make any decision, you need to thoroughly read this new law. Up and down. Don't fall for anything. Stop being a prey to the predators. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Davis.
Mr. Fane Lozman, Mr. Wayne Richards, and then Ms. Nakasha Wells.
Welcome, Ms. Lozman.
Good evening, Luzman. Just want to preface my comment, Chairperson Lawson. Attorney General Jim Smith back in I think it was 1999, gave Attorney General opinion 83-100. 83-100 means that if you go, there's no calling in on meetings and there's no voting on meetings. So I have a problem with Botel participating. She can listen in, but she can't participate in the meeting or vote. You may want to check that out. That's state law from the Attorney General of the state of Florida. I would say it's one thing when you look at a matter of right and upzoning. This, when we went through this whole thing before, it was really complicated to understand. If you downzone a property, you're taking away something somebody had. Okay? Historically, that's called a taking. Throughout history on the Fifth Amendment, you've taken away something somebody has, you have to pay for it. Okay? If you upzone something, that's discretionary. There's nothing anybody can do about it. And it's that simple. If you voted that you don't want to upzone the property, let the participant come back 5 years from now with another board and ask again. But once you make a decision, you have to have some finality to it. But there's no risk to the municipality that you're going to be on the hook for a taking, because you're not taking away something that he's entitled to have. It's when you take away development rights, when you get rid of the savings clause, when you do those types of things, now you've opened up the city to major litigation. And we see that on Singer Island. There's a bunch more cases coming on taking away development rights. But relative to this situation, there's no entitlement. It's discretionary. And if it was a 4-1 vote not to do it, that's final. And the applicant can come back when there's a new panel and try again.
Thank you for comments, Ms. Lozman.
Mr. Wayne Richards, Ms. Nakasha Wells. Those are your final two, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Wayne Richards on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Mayor, Council, Chair, council members, and staff. The Live Local Act is extremely strong. It fully preempts your ability to deny applications on commercial commercially used property for affordable housing. Our applicant has spent years, considerable time, money, and energy in an attempt to reach an agreement with the residents and the council. It did not work out. The council had discretion. You used your discretion and you voted no. The Live Local Act is the law. It gives you zero discretion. It is not our goal to utilize that. However, it can be utilized. And when you read it and you're going to have a workshop, it provides that within a mile, the applicant can go to the highest height and the highest density, hundreds and hundreds of affordable units can be built next to Lone Pine. That is not our goal. We want to talk to you. We want to negotiate and work with and speak with Lone Pine to say, here is what Tallahassee has done. It is there. It is valid. It can be used, and it will be used at various places. We don't want that. Give us an opportunity to have a conversation. We're not asking you to undo your vote today. We're simply asking you to allow a conversation to occur. This is the first meeting since the denial. So if you vote no today, it's dead. Live Local is not dead. Live Local is here and your hands are tied. Give us an opportunity to speak with you, to sit down with each of you. Give us an opportunity to meet with Lone Pine. If I were a Lone Pine resident and I listened to your workshop coming up in early August, and I hear from your staff what can be put in my backyard, oh yeah, I don't want that. I'd rather have Ms. Davis is correct. I'd rather have market rate. I don't want, if I were Lone Pine, I might not want to have 800 affordable units. Allow me to have a conversation about market rate units. Please give us an opportunity to listen to your staff about Live Local and have a conversation. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Nakasha Wells.
Welcome, Ms. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. So in line with what Attorney Richards was saying, I've actually been working with the applicant on this project for a little over a year now. And I think one of the most prevailing feedback that I've gotten from the residents of Lone Pine is that obviously they are not amenable to development on that parcel. But one of the overarching ideas is that they did not want a rental community to be built behind them. They don't want anything, but they don't want rental, period. And that's even so much so to the point, last May of 2022, we had a meeting on the property on Lone Pines Golf Course, and most of the residents were still under the impression that this project was an affordable rental housing community. It took us months just to even convince them that this was a single family home and townhome development. So our concept here is not to proceed with Live Local. It is to come back to the table to be able to have discussions with the residents so that a product that everyone, at least ostensibly, can live with is something that we will build. And I just wanted to address Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson's comments about how Live Local operates, and that if there's really nothing that the council can do, but there is something that you can do in the way of reconsidering the market rate product so that it's something that the residents of Lone Pine actually can live with, as opposed to having an affordable rental community. That's one of the sentiments that we've gotten from most of the council people, is that Riviera Beach deserves home ownership opportunities for its residents. So if we build and continue to build apartments here in the city, it's not giving those home ownership opportunities to its residents, to first responders, to teachers, to all of the people that work here in this community. So we wanted to just have an opportunity just merely to come back to the table. And that's what we would submit to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Any additional comments, Madam Clerk?
No, that's it, Mr. Chair.
Council members?
Yes.
Miller Anderson, go ahead.
So I understand where everybody's point is being made, but the conversation, I do think Lone Pine residents were very clear too, that they thought that that was too many homes that were being built on that parcel. So unless we're talking about drastically changing the amount of homes that will go on that property, I don't know that there's much of an additional conversation that I would be having, because the whole point was they were not comfortable with the amount of people that would be, the traffic, the amount of people, I mean, a whole number of things. But, you know, if they want to put back in if that's an option for them to come back later and put something in that's different, then that I don't have a problem with later on down the line, but I don't think this is the proper venue to do that. And like I said, I'm fine with listening to the Live Local, but not for bringing this item and attaching it to it.
Thank you, Ms. Millage. And I want to make sure that all of our residents know that this is not a support or motion to change the zoning. It is a motion to have a discussion with an item that was voted on because new information has come to the board. I don't want the commissioners to think that this is a wool being pulled over their eyes. This is information, as Mr. Evans stated, came out, he's provided yesterday to all the commissioners in our public record, and that was put into effect as of July 1st. So it's fluid information, and even when we voted, this information wasn't law at the time. So I want us to have this discussion, and the reason I'm bringing the ordinance is not to be a front, but more so to just let our commissioners know that I've done research and really dug into this the last 24 hours, and I think we need it as a board to have the discussion, because the timeline based upon voting this down and not having an opportunity to have additional conversation could be very detrimental to what happens with the type of development on that parcel, with traffic, with the rental units, and with property that some of our Lone Pine residents absolutely did not want, because I think I attended a majority of the meetings they hosted. So I still stand by the fact that this is an attack on home rule, and we have to address that separately, as Lone Pine is a separate item. The ordinance is a completely separate item, and even the development. But I think that we have to really understand that we have the applicant and we have the residents that have to have an additional conversation. And I agree with Ms. Miller Anderson. Their concern is the number of units. So that could possibly be an additional conversation that can happen as well. But we need to give them that conversation, because the months that it took from the applicant submitting their application until June 22nd, I don't know if they're going to wait another year to resubmit everything again when they have the option of live local, rental, affordable units. So that's why I'm concerned with it being over a year to look at, let's just resubmit, versus having this discussion now and giving staff, the residents, and the council every opportunity to have every discussion about Ordinance 4221, and separate apart from that, then discussing live local as well, because we need more insight. Madam Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the March 29, 2023, the governor of Florida signed into law the SB 102, the Live Local Act, a comprehensive set of laws, both new and amended, to help support affordable housing policies in the state. Now, that was March 29th. There were 2 meetings we had after that. If that was the case, if Live Local were the sticking point, then you could have done that before. You could have came to the council, or you could have pulled all your stuff back and said, hey, we're not even coming to y'all. We're just going to go and build in Lone Pines because we have this Live Local Act, which was signed into law on March the 29th. But you still came to the council on June the 7th and put forth your plan for housing out in Lone Pine, and it failed. So to use that as I'm gonna say it again, as a front, to bring back that item, you don't need to use it. If you want to bring the item back, bring it back. But don't use this as, because it went into effect on March 29th, to bring this as a reason why you're talking about, Live Local. My understanding that it was all market rate housing anyway. This is about affordable housing policies and about affordable housing. So if we're going to have this conversation about development at Long Pines, then that is one issue. The Live Local Act is another issue, and I can't conflate the two. I will not vote on something that's tied together like that. If it's separate, then we can vote on it separately and then we can move on. But to conflate those two when you had since March 29th to even bring that up is disingenuous in a sense that you wait until July 19th to come and talk to us about it when you could have did it on March 29th when it was signed into law.
And Pro Temp, I know it was signed into law on the 29th, but it didn't become effect, and it wasn't in law until July 1st, similar to the carry, conceal, and similar to all the laws that were enacted. So they wouldn't have an opportunity to just make that threat during that time frame because it wasn't in law until July 1st. But to your point, I understand that we don't want to convolute the two. We're being, and this is where I don't want us to feel attacked, and because we had a supermajority to not vote this through, but this is more of an attack on home rule versus an attack on trying to separate our residents and our development community and our staff, because we have a law that now takes the power away from us. And that's a deep discussion and conversation we need to have. But this is an item that's been brought to the table, and that's why I separated the motion from the request from staff, because I accept and understand what you're saying, but we have to have both. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Botel, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, I'm sorry. You used the word threat and home rule, it's the same sentence, and I couldn't agree more. This is clearly a threat, a looming threat, and we have to deal with it. I don't want to reverse the decision we made when we voted 4-1, but we absolutely have to take a look at the implications of Live Local on not only all the projects that might come before us, but most specifically Lone Pine. I think that bringing it back for our discussion allows us to hear from staff what the implications are. I'm going to vote to bring it back and have a conversation about it. I just wanted you to know.
And Madam President of League of Cities, we definitely need to have a more in-depth conversation about that, because we have to talk about what was signed into law and what attacks it did have on home rule, because I know at our League of Cities conference, that was a big discussion. So please, I'm going to want you to take the initiative and leadership on that.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Botel. Go ahead, Councilman McCoy.
Thank you. And I can appreciate everyone's perspective on this. So, I mean, do the workshop. Why don't you? But it ain't gonna matter at that point. So, I mean, I hope you can stand there and justify, and there is no coincidence that I was the only one that didn't vote in favor of this. Obviously, number one, we don't own this property. Neither does those residents at Lone Pine. So I'm hard pressed to sit here and tell somebody what they can develop on their property. If in a perfect situation, right, there's compromise and those parties can sit down and negotiate something that is amenable to everybody. This puts that back on the table. But if we're talking about affordable housing and they're concerned about not in my backyard, I think they're going to be in a much worse situation. So if you don't support it, I think certainly these residents are probably going to have issues with that as well when there was an opportunity to bring this back to reason. So that's all I have. But with that being said, I mean, technically, right, if this doesn't involve any kind of local approval, what exactly will we be getting out of a workshop? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Councilwoman Pro Tem?
I just want to say, and I'll be finished. I just wanted to say that there were other laws that were passed that pre-up home rule. It was not just Live Local. So we need to look at all those laws. But as I said before, my original position is that I don't want to conflate these two issues. They're two separate issues, and looking at the Live Local Act and other bills and laws that have been passed to preempt home rule is something that we need to look at in the context of housing for the city. But I don't want to conflate the two.
I agree, and I did incorporate the two, and I took your recommendation to separate them because the reason that I brought this to the table is because of the Live Local that was presented to me. But I agree. I believe we want to give the opportunity for the city, the residents, and the applicant to have more of a discussion for this ordinance. So any additional discussion? No?
Just
Ms. Miller Anderson?
clarity on your motion again?
Yes, Ms. Miller Anderson. The motion is to revisit ordinance 4221 and all associated ordinances and have it brought back by staff at a later date. Today is the only time that I would have an opportunity on the prevailing side to actually bring that item back. And I don't have a follow-up date because I want to give staff enough time to research, to have discussion with the applicant, the residents, and for us to research Live Local. But I do want to make sure that this is on the table. Not changing it, but just bringing it back as a later date because it still would have to pass supermajority. So even if they do bring it back and it fails, then the applicant can do as they please, and then we'll be in that position to have the conversation with the residents. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
No.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passed, Mr. Chair, with 3 voting in favor of and 2 dissenting. The 2 dissenting is Ms. Miller Anderson and Ms. Lanier.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go into public comments. Any residents have any additional public comments, please submit your card now. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 unless there is no further business of the City Council, which in the event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded the City Council Board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to in the City Council, chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, or from the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 13 public comment cards. First would be Mr. Travis Bethea.
And public comment is now closed. Thank you.
Ms. Paige Parker.
Welcome, Mr. Travis.
Thank you. So, like I said, 19-year resident, 37 East 24th Street. The whole Long Pine discussion kind of scares me because everybody gives up their lives to talk about what's going to happen in their backyards. And then as soon as a decision is made, it's right back up again. So I feel like in my neighborhood with Rybovich, it's never going to end. And it's just going to be more and more. They're going to ask for as much as they ever wanted. And they're just going to keep asking and keep harassing us. Last time I was up here, I told you guys I was going to give you a phone call. I did leave a voicemail for both of you. I never got a call back. I'm only going to call one time. I'm not going to bother and harass you guys. The way everything's going, it just doesn't seem right. You know, like, okay, Rybovich invited us to have a city meeting and we talked about it. And then it came down to like, oh, we're going to open the roads again and let all the traffic go through your neighborhood. And there's not going to be any barrier and there's not going to be divides. That's what we asked for. And the city should have gave us at least time to talk to the city and representatives to be our voice with them and negotiate it, which never happened. You guys gave us a city hall meeting probably like 8 months after everything started, and it was the night before the CRA vote. And we probably had, 20 people from the meeting show up, from our residents show up. And then the next day, you want everyone to show up again, giving up a whole nother night of their lives. I think that was suspect, that you guys decided to put that meeting there on the same time. You guys mentioned that, oh, we're going to give you new roads and we're going to fix the seawall, and you're promising us everything, but you couldn't even spend $1 to give like an illustration to show what it's going to look like or what's going to happen. It was just a bunch of words. So how do we even believe that? How do we even know what's really going to go on? So I'm creating a silent protest that you guys aren't going to hear me except for in these meetings forever. But I'm going to post outside of my house right there in front. for everyone to watch and let you guys know how I feel about the situations going on. I'm gonna hang this right on my fence, and I hopefully all my neighbors follow suit and they do part of it. You know, I was a first-time home buyer, affordable housing, given some money by the county, and I moved to Riviera Beach, and I made this my home. And you guys took me from an ambassador to a nemesis now. You know, I love this city, and now it's like everything is just put on top of us. I think it's pretty shameful. You guys couldn't even call me back to talk about this. You're supposed to be our representatives. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Ms. Paige Parker. Mr. Travis, you had 2 cards under public comment, so I'm going to just put this one aside because you just spoke. Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Manny Xavier, Julie Logden. Manny Xavier, Julie Logden, Logdon.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Manny Xavier, 246 East 25th Street, Riviera Beach, Florida. I'm not going to say too much tonight. I wish I would have had more notice that the meeting was canceled in respect to the 2 items that I wanted to speak on regarding Safe Harbor and Rybovich. Unfortunately, I found out last minute upon arriving here. But if you can do me this favor, whenever this meeting is rescheduled again, whether it's August or September, please do your homework and know the area very well. So know what 22nd Court is from 22nd Street, know Avenue B, know Avenue C, so that when we bring up certain issues, you'll be able to picture that in your mind and have a visual of what we're talking about. And in respect to this local rule that just came up, I think you might need to do some research on that and not just give in, and maybe get in touch with your attorney here and the League of Cities and maybe even the county, because that just sounds totally ridiculous. It's like, okay, you know, I want to kick you in the butt, and if I don't kick you in the butt, we're going to break your legs. Which one do you want? And that's a total threat, and whoever voted for that in the legislature should be gone, okay? Because it does take away home rule, and that's what they're going after. So thank you very much, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Ms. Go ahead, say your name.
Oh, hi, Julie Logston, 329 East 25th. First of all, I just want to say I find it deplorable that we all arrived here tonight. We took time out. Many of us drove far to be here for this meeting, and at the very last minute, the Rybovich team didn't put in place whatever it was they were supposed to put in place to allow this meeting to go forward. You know, they've got a top-notch lawyer team over there. This isn't their first rodeo. They've been here because we've been here 3 or 4 times with the zoning committee. They know what their job is, and none of those guys are here, so they got the memo, but we all came out, and now, you know, we got to come back again. So I really think it's disrespectful to us, and I think there should be some penalty. I don't know what the penalty is, but I think there should be one. That's the first statement. The second thing is that when we have an industrial organization coming in and expanding to be larger than the size of the existing community, which is the case here, I think you guys as the city have a responsibility to make sure that there isn't a negative impact to the people who are here in the homes that have been here for a long time. And I hope that when you hear this, because I've sat through many of these zoning committees and they don't listen to us, they don't answer our questions, they just vote and go. And I'm not saying that this Rybovich expansion or Safe Harbor expansion shouldn't happen, but I'm saying you all have a responsibility to make sure that it happens in the right way, that the citizens aren't impacted. And one thing I really would like to have, and I have requested, is I would like to know how much are the impact fees? How much are the road abandonment fees? What are the total value of the fees that we're going to collect And I would like those to go to, they're called impact fees for a reason. They should go to the people who they impact, and that's this neighborhood. And I would like to figure out how much that is, and I'd like to know that before you guys vote on this, and I'd like to make sure that we have the responsible people signing up to deliver 100% of those fees to the area that's impacted, and what the plan is to do with that. Because there are definite impacts coming from this with regard to noise, with regard to pollution, with regard to traffic, with regard to drainage. And the drainage isn't all there, related to them. We've had a drainage issue there probably for 20 years that nobody's addressed, and it needs to be fixed. So I could go on because there's several different points, but when we do have the meeting, then we can talk about each of those. But I would really ask that all of you take the responsibility to make sure that we, the neighborhood, are, not negatively impacted by this.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Peter H.A. Ruda. Come on down. Mr. Travis, you have another card. I'm going to sit it to the side. And then it's going to be Dr. Philip Dukes.
Peter Ruda, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. Just wanted to speak. I didn't get to speak last meeting. I guess my cars get overlooked. Would like the council and the CRA and stuff to look at the impact. I mean, I recognize and I welcome the improvement in the growth in our community. I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. Vikings coming in, Rybovich, everyone's been working together. I know the two of them been working together diligently to try to figure out how Valhalla's going to get down 22nd Street. So they opened up 20th Street for them, which is nice, or go by the water. But what I think we need to look at is how the impact of the parking is going to affect our Centennial Park. I think we spent a little bit of money on our Riviera Beach Marina, along with the amphitheater and what have you. I think as a whole, as a community, as a city, we need to look at how this stuff is impacting what we already have put in place and the millions of dollars we've afforded and put to growth our community to make it beautiful. Once we do this stuff, it's permanent. We can't go back and reverse it going, oh, but we should have put a parking lot in across the street, made stuff available, made concessions to give people parking, because this is happening at Rybovich, it's happening at Viking. And I think if we look at it as a whole, I think we need to recognize how much it's impacting the whole picture. And again, welcome all the growth and the stuff coming in. I think some of it's going to indirectly impact us in not such a great way, to where we're going to sit back and go, maybe we shouldn't have done that. And that's going to be a little too late for us, because once we vote on it and we agree on it, these people have big design people in their departments that they spend a lot of money with, development and design wise, getting the proper information to you, the city people, to say this is going to work. But if you look at a 300 unit parking garage and you look at a 22nd Street runway that's probably not even a quarter mile long, I'm not sure how you're going to get 300 cars down that. And I'm talking about going down Lake, excuse me?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Peter.
I stand to be corrected. 500 car parking garage. Everyone's saying the same thing, and I know I'm repeating myself, but really, I think if we don't repeat ourselves and make ourselves heard, the impact is going to be great, and it's going to be too late. We have a beautiful city. We have premier properties. Let's not lose it, and let's get our tax dollars that benefit and recognize how much we have to offer these people. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Peter.
Dr. Philip Dukes, Miss Cindy March, and Miss Erica Davis.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Dr. Philip Dukes, 181 West 18th Street, CEO of Operation Restore. Operation Restore and its affiliate Rock Fitness will be partnering with Azura Estates, former Stony Brook, and Councilman Doug Lawson. The first event will happen at Azura Estates on July 29th from 11 to 12, and we'll be with Councilman Doug Lawson and his back to school bash on Sunday, August 6th. And we're going to give away a $300 shopping spree to the kid that writes the best poem about why I shouldn't use or sell drugs. And that shopping spree is to encourage kids to be positive. And the parent, of course, or some guardian must go in the shopping spree with them, and they get to choose what they want. We're going to have a singing contest that's worth over $500 to the winner of the acapella singer rap contest in our production company, PMD Production, which we were #1 on Broad Jams. We had in March, we hit the top 10 on Broad Jams. Now we got to turn that into some money. And we're going to have the dance contest. In the dance contest, we're not going to allow any profanity in the singing or rap. We're not going to allow any lewd dancing. So it's a part of what we do in our community to have higher standards. So we're asking everyone to come out and participate. We're also asking those of you who want to know more about Operation Restore and its affiliate, Rock Fitness, you can go on our website at operationrestoreinc.org and look at our website. Now, our motivational speaker at our events will be Jason Rock Neal. Some of you know him. So we're partnering to really start again our We Can Change Our Community atmosphere. Also, you can go on broadjam.com and type in Dr. Philip Dukes, and all of our music will come up. We do industry standard music, not sound like it's in a can, and you can make a donation to what we do. We got 22 songs on that. Matter of fact, we got a country song on that. Y'all know we got some country singers in Revere Beach. Black country singers. E. Hall. So we want you to go on there and check it out. But remember, and pray for us. And I'm gonna ask all of you to pray for our city council, because there's a lot of things going down, and we're gonna fix anything. We can't be biting and chewing on one another. We got to learn how to work with one another, because there's always somebody in the wings to continue dissension, so the same type of dysfunction continues. So yeah, it's going to be real exciting. You want to hear somebody very exciting in our motivational speaker, who is Jason Rock Neal. He has a lot of experience in what we're talking about and changing our community atmosphere with our young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Dukes. Thank you for your comments. And Dr. Dukes, connect with my legislative aide. The date was updated, so she'll give you some information. I sent you an email, but we'll talk more. Thank you, Dr. Dukes. Welcome, Ms. Cindy.
Good morning. Good evening, council. You know, I'm not with or against Lone Pine, but I am against uprooting people from where they stay at and not making them comfortable. But if you're gonna do for one, do for the other. And the reason why I'm saying that, Monroe Heights, y'all voted to build a wall behind Monroe Heights. It's a goal. It hasn't been brought back to the table. They didn't fight it, or you all didn't fight it. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm for low income, because I'm looking for a low income home right here in the city of Revere Beach. And I'm gonna do everything I can to meet my goal. I don't care if it take a year or 15 months, because this is the city to live, work, and play. But some of us come in here, don't been here for a year, and start all erratic about what shouldn't be. You only see them when it's argumentative situations. I'm not here to be argumentative. I'm not here to destroy anybody, but these the people that you all voted in office. These the people that y'all was haranguing about. Let him come back. Not only make him, Miss Lanier, I have to call you out. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want you to feel like I'm disrespecting you in no kind of way. But when it needs to be called out, it needs to be called out. You were the main one. Oh, since he back now as a city manager, just let's make him the CRA director. You have to be careful what you do, because it will come back to bite you in any situation. You have to be still and let God. We need to learn to work together. Black, white, Creole, Mexican, Haitians. We in this together. This is our city. This not Jonathan Evans city. This not Cindy March city. I want to see us work together. We need to learn to put our personal difference aside. Yes, I have came to this podium plenty of times and degraded quite a few. And you all have degraded me as well. You understand me? But I'm here to work with any and everybody. I might sound hard, but I got a heart of gold. I do want to thank you, and you all have a great night.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. March.
Miss Erica Davis, followed by Mr. Fane Lozman and Miss Doretta Paul.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. You council have the opportunity to make history and a difference by changing your mindsets of the rest. So I just recommend that you guys, when things come up in front of you, the items come in front of you, when it comes to development, do your research. Think about what's logical. Think about what makes sense. Again, don't fall prey. Have a vision of what this place can really be, because it's not fixed yet. We have a very, very long way to go because we're behind because of the others not thinking and having a vision. I'm not here to rag you guys. I'm trying to give you guys some insight of what you need to do. This place can be something else. We can be on the map. And we look at Broadway. We need a downtown. You want to step back and really look at all of these ships? I want you to go across the street in the empty lot where we're supposed to put our municipality and look at it. Look at all that property. What, 120, how many acres is over there that they're with boats? It looks horrible. And also look at the environment. Go have the water tested over there. Read environmental reports to make sure it's not harming the residents and our water and our fish. You do it for Singer Island, do it for over here. But you guys are going to have to be very careful since this little law that's come into play. Everybody's going to think they can come in here and do what the hell they want to do in here. And we shouldn't allow this. You guys can make history by doing different. I mean it. Consider these things. Our residents are always right, just like the customer is always right. If it affects them, they should be heard, and you should consider that. Because at the end of the day, these people that's coming in here, they don't live where they're affecting them. Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Davis.
Mr. Fane Lozman, Miss Doretta Park, and Miss Mary Bram.
Fane Lozman, I don't expect the five of you to be attorneys. You have an attorney and she should speak up when there's something flagrantly being said that was incorrect. The Live Local Act applies to commercial properties and industrial properties. Behind you, you should have a copy of the city zoning map and the future land use map blown up like they do in the building department. You're going to go look at the golf course. Did the golf course, is it zoned commercial industrial? No. Did the future land use for the golf course zone commercial industrial? No. It's zoned recreational open space and also recreational. It doesn't apply. Mr. Richards can dream that it applies. It only applies to industrial or recreational. Look at SB 102, the bill. That's what it applies to. A golf course that this city had zoned recreational and a future land use, recreational open space, it does not apply. Now, Ms. Lanier, right behind you should have the future land use map and the zoning map, and you can run over and look at it and say, here, it's not industrial, it's not commercial, Live Local doesn't apply. Let's move on. Let's move past that. Now, what authority are you allowing Botel to participate and vote in this meeting? I can't find it. Her conversations are inaudible to the people in the back. Sunshine Law said they have to be audible. But B, the Attorney General opinion that I've read, she should not be participating. What she has done is she's made my life a living hell over the last 5 years. She lobbied DEP, sent 33 letters to DEP over a floating home. My floating home was zoned for 5 years to be where it was. When you change the zoning say you change the zoning of a residential area to industrial, you don't go tear down everybody's house. That's a grandfathered use, and maybe when the house gets destroyed, you can change it. But my floating home was there before she ever showed up to be an elected official, and she ran that out of town, and I have a problem with that. And the problem with that is that the five of you went ahead and you adopted what she put in front of you. You adopted what Bauman put in front of you, and you trusted them to know what they're doing. I'm telling you, they don't know what they're doing. I'm telling you, I don't think you had the authority under Monell to do what you did, which means you have individual liability. You need to bring in a third party that has a clue what's going on here. And Bauman and your city attorney and Botel, they really don't know what they're talking about. You guys did change the comp plan back in 2021. You changed it from the savings clause to prevent a taking where you rezone the property from 1 acre to 20 acres. You guys individually have a lot of liability. A lot of property owners around me are coming to get paid for the downzoning of their properties.
Ms. Doretta Park, followed by Ms. Mary Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Pope.
It's still alive well. Are we not sanitizing anymore? If anyone can answer that before you start my time, or you can answer it after I finish. Because this should be wiped off after each participant come and speak.
Walter, give me a second.
COVID and I
Hold
don't
time
want
for
it.
me.
I thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. First thing I want to talk about, that,
And your name is
pardon me. My name is Doretta Park, and I'm a citizen of Riviera Beach. And the first thing I would like to talk about is that absolutely phenomenal grand opening of our fire station. Hats off to you, Chief Kurd, City Manager, Mr. Evans, and the entire board. Hats off to everyone and the citizens. It was well turnout, everyone. And that is a beautiful facility. And I just want to find out, since it's a state of the art, are they going to have a safe haven? That is where young teenagers, young women, if they're unable to take care of their babies, they have a special little like crib area, and they can put the babies in there. And also a unique alarm comes off, and all the firemen know to go to retrieve the baby without any penalty to the parents who did that, the mothers. And I just wonder if that could be answered. Another thing, I had the opportunity to go to the 3rd annual Sound of Minds. And this was rooted in reality. This was done by Council Chair Lawson. It was amazing, awesome. The people who came to talk and tell their story of the reality, what they're going through. And there was Mrs. Cheryl Melvin, and there was Mr. Hawkins who came. Absolutely wonderful. And we do have to, Miss Cheryl Melvin gave out these bracelets. Each and every one of us do have to exercise our mental health. This is it was the 3rd annual presentation, but it was done international, all over the world. So maybe you can, I don't know if you have given the links out to your council people, but it was absolutely wonderful. Another thing I want to talk about, the program of Pels. I saw that on the news, and that has been going on for a while. But the outstanding of Mr. Officer Nance and Officer Phillips, she was on the news, and she was at the beach with the children, and this lady was in full gear, and she kept up with this young man. They were running. Maybe she might want to be on the officer with a canine, because between the canine officer and her, they can track down a lot of these criminals. But hats off to all the officers and the fire department. And thank you very much. And thank you for your presentation that you did. It was absolutely wonderful.
Thank you for your comments and support.
Miss Mary Bram, and I'm gonna call Miss Paige Parker again. I don't know, she went home. Okay, you're welcome. And this is it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Hello, Ms. Brown.
Good evening, Chair and Board, and everyone in their respectable place. First of all, I would be remiss if I did not congratulate Javaris Jackson on his success. So kudos to you. I would have been to that glorious celebration, but see, Ms. Bram had an emergency and had to be rushed to the hospital. So now I have to travel with an EpiPen. So I say kudos. And thank you all for thinking about me as well, for giving me tokens of that great celebration, because I would have been there. Exactly the way that I was here for the grand breaking, for the ribbon cutting of this marina here. And the history of the city of Riviera Beach was given to Miss Brown. And they said, Miss Brown, you would and others would build on this history here. So we are on that move there to continuously to build upon this great city. In 1893, it was a journalist that came here. And this was Oak Lawn here. That was the name. And he changed it to the Riviera, not Riviera Beach. Because he said and he saw Riviera of America. This is what they classified Riviera Beach as. And we will do these things to move this city here forward here so that we can also include everything historically, what we have done and will do in this great city here, because this is the Riviera of America. I would like to also say, I'm going to have to do a little advocate here. Normally when a builder builds, he builds, but he always builds certain sections for Ms. Bram and others that may be able to utilize some of those units or some of those condominiums. See, over on the island there, everybody's not rich and famous, but they just able to buy over there. But it is certain ones over there that are low income, but you would not know that because that's what a builder does. And all over everywhere, they're using the name affordable housing, which does not necessarily mean affordable housing, but it's how you put those perimeters there. Because this is how what is being built now to meet everybody's criteria and needs. And I'm going to say good evening and congratulations to we as a city. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brown.
Mr. Chair, that concludes your public comments for tonight.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go into our ordinance first reading. Item 9B. I'm sorry, 9. We deleted A, B, C, and D, so 9E.
Yes. Ordinance number 4199, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 20, Utilities, Article V, Water, Division 2, Cross-Connection Control, to enact cross-connection control regulations to protect the city's drinking water system from contaminants, providing a conflict clause, providing a codification clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have one public comment card on this item, and the acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Item dies for lack of a second.
So 11, 11A was deleted. So we'll go to 11B.
We're on 11A.
I thought 11A was deleted.
Oh, 11A was deleted.
Illustrate?
11A was the,
11.
that's the wrong agenda because I believe it was changed. The one that's in front of us says the millage rate, but the one that I believe was updated to was the resolution 8823, which was a consulting agreement.
Mr. Chair, let's take a moment, please.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So we have to get this correct because clearly when we deleted items off of the agenda, perhaps staff may have been considering one item, but oh, gosh, how do we fix this? I mean, we need to hear the millage item. So perhaps at this point, can we describe them by the actual item as opposed to numbers? Because if it gets deleted,
11A is I think they probably printed this before
Before.
they changed it.
Yeah.
right, but
So technically, it's what's
So
online.
under additions, deletions, Councilman McCoy, I believe you're asking for the resolution to be incorporated into the item when deletions and additions are done, correct?
no, I'm just a little aggravated right now because, you know, I had this conversation today. In fact, somebody needs to be held accountable for this. You can't modify a public record. Once it's published, it's published. If there's something changed, you can add to it, but you cannot delete an item that's already been put out there for the public. And Mr. Evans, I would hope that this is the last time we ever have a conversation about this. If we're getting items up here, what's on the computer needs to match what's presented in front of us. In the alternative, don't provide us anything up here. Because if you delete an item, you're more or less now modifying a public record that has already been published. So it's not necessarily about grabbing the right item and deliberating on it. It's that we're modifying a record that has already been put out for the public, and for 119 purposes, that needs to be preserved. So I understand we did delete the Elam model item, but that still needs to be reflected in the document that we have before us. So if it's the board's desire to take up the millage rate discussion, then let's do that. Can we have quiet, Mr. Chair?
Excuse me, if we can be, where the noise travels up to the front, so if we can please be quiet in the back. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman.
So, you know, we need to first focus on preserving public records because once it's published, no matter what happens, we cannot modify something that has already been published. We can always add to it, but the original document needs to stay in its form. So I think staff understands the position, but going forward to ensure that we get the rest of this agenda correct, can we have the clerk and yourself, Mr. Chair, to call these items out by subject matter as opposed to the numbers? Because clearly when we deleted items today, we voted on deleting items, which you may have considered it to be the Elam. I'm looking at it, considering it to be the millage rate.
Understood. So to that point, Mr. Evans, the agenda that was printed for us, that's in front of us, is not reflective of what's online and the item that we have. We want to make sure, I'm not sure, how did we end up with this one? Because this, I don't even know if this, was this the published item?
Mr. Chair, the item that's before you is the annotated agenda. So it is not the published agenda. That's the agenda that's provided to the board to provide the sequence of activities. I just spoke to the clerk and told her that even if we talk about it at the staff level to remove an item on the agenda, even though it's before the meeting, just keep it there and then we'll strike it out, not to remove it on the annotated. But the agenda that is posted online is the most recent and the final version of the agenda. You have the annotated, which is a different one that is not available for public consumption.
Okay. So to that point, as Councilman McCoy requested, I would actually agree that when we're making additions, deletions, to incorporate the resolution and the item into the discussion.
Mr. Chair, moving forward, we'll make sure we announce that, and that would just be our standard practice for all items.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And for clarity, we deleted the Elam Resolution 8823. So we're going to go to Resolution 8323, which is, excuse me, if we can have the noise in the back, it does travel. Thank you. We're going to go to 11B, which is Resolution 8323. Madam Clerk?
83-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, setting the maximum millage rate for the City of Riviera Beach for fiscal year 2023-2024 at a rate of 8.3500 mils, setting the date, time, and place for the first public hearing, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Move to approve.
Motion been made and properly second. Madam, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Finance come to present this item.
Good evening, everyone. Randy Sherman, Finance Director. Annually, as you know, we are required to set a maximum millage rate and set a public hearing date for our budget. This year, the staff is recommending that we set the millage rate maximum at 8.35. Again, that's the maximum. You can take the millage rate down from that point after you have your public hearing. The public hearing is being recommended for Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. As you know, we're not allowed to have our public hearing when the school board is having their public hearings or when the county is having their public hearings. So Wednesday, September 13th is the recommendation. We did, during agenda review, we were asked to come back with a couple of alternatives just so you could see the numbers and how moving the millage rate impacts those numbers. Our taxable property values came in at $7.74 billion. That was a 7.84% increase from the prior year. And that actually raised for the general fund, that increase results in $3.2 million in additional ad valorem revenue for the budget. Down at the bottom of this slide, I have the impact if you wanted to actually change the millage rate. So again, we're at 8.35 recommendation. If you change that 1 mil up or down, it doesn't really matter. The 1 mil equates to 6.4 million. A tenth of a mil obviously is 644,000. And again, another example is a quarter of a mil would be 1.6 million. So again, if you raise the millage rate, those are the dollar amounts or a factor of those that would add to that $3.2 million. Or again, if you reduce it, those would be the cuts. Last year, just as a reminder, you did adopt the maximum millage rate of 8.452, and then during the budget process, you actually reduced it to 8.35. So again, this resolution establishes the maximum, and it sets the first public hearing for the budget on Wednesday, September 13th. And I can take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. If we can have public comment?
Yes, Miss Mary Bram and Mr. Fane Bozeman.
Miss Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. As you can see, we did get some, a little uptick in ad valorem, like he said, 7.7 million. But the key to this is that we as a city are the things that we are trying to do within the city here. And we know it is gonna take everyone to meet these obligations. It is no more that we want to. It is now we must. We must, and must is a verb, just like we want to. But when we must do something, it becomes detrimental. And now we as a city, whatever that we have to position, we must do that. It takes stepping out of the box here now. We are no longer in a cage, or we are no longer, should be, where we are so isolated that we cannot realize that it is hard choices that have to be made. Regardless who likes it, who loves it, who want it, because it is for the best, and it will pan out to be the best. We may not see it right now, but this is how it works. This is the reality of life. The challenges and the courage and doing those things when others is in one side of your ear and others are in the other side of your ear. But you have to do that discernment and take it and lay all weight aside and do the things and put the price tag, because even things that cost $1 now, they are $1.25. Why? That 25 cents adds up on a $10 $1. And we are no different. So we must meet these challenges head on. And the tax millage, we know that we have to get that set by September. So you as a board, I have faith in you, and I have confidence in you that now is your time. It is your time now to write a history that will precede the previous history that I said that will carry us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thane, just looked it up. There are 39 incorporated municipalities in Palm Beach County. Riviera Beach is ranked 6th for the highest tax rate. That includes millage and the other taxes when you add it up. We're number 6 out of 39. That's nothing to be proud of. You know, the city spends a lot of money, whether it's giving Sammy Brown $65,000 a year for a part-time job, whether it's running up millions of dollars in needless litigation bills. We spend a lot of money on nonsense. There's also a big disparity as far as what the people on Singer Island want to spend and how that impacts people on the mainland. In the graph you showed earlier, talk about $7-some-odd billion in property value. We can add at least $500 million, maybe $700 million to the tax rolls for allowing the development of only 60 homes on Singer Island. 60 houses can add $700 or $800 million. When Lawson first took office, he went over there and he said, I have no problem with homes being built. Ms. Miller Anderson, she went over there, she had no problem with homes being built. Homes are gonna have to be built around North Ocean Drive and Pine Point Road because of erosion, because high tides are coming up on the road. You're gonna have to backfill that property and build homes. You might as well have private people pay the bill to fill in those properties and build a seawall, because otherwise the city's gonna have to fund that. And that's gonna be a fortune. So you're giving up $600 or $700 million worth of property value that could go on the tax roll that the people on the west side, if you put it on the agenda, if you put it on the ballot, they probably vote 99-1. Yeah, let's get that all the money we can off of Singer Island. Why is it sitting there? Because Botel and a dozen homeowners don't want to look into homes in front of them? That's not grounds to give up that type of money and to have the 6th highest taxes out of 39 municipalities. You guys have a fiduciary duty to do what's in the best interest of the city. What may happen, and very likely will happen, you can just look at Lost Tree Village, Johns Island. They had wetlands. They paid $5,000 for. Ultimately, they were paid $14.8 million. You still have the potential to be lit up for hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to have to come out of the city's coffers. You have to float bonds for versus saying, you know something, Botel, shut up. We're going to use these properties. You can talk to the Florida Department of Transportation. We're going to use these properties to build a buffer, to build a seawall, to save the road, and put $600 or $700 million in our general fund. That's what should take place. And this tax millage rate should be a wake-up call. we can do better and lower the taxes for everybody by developing the northwest corner of Singer Island.
Mr. Chair, that concludes public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes with 4 council people voting in favor and Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, 11C, Resolution 9523.
Yes, Resolution 9523, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application number SP-23-0009 from the City of Riviera Beach applicant for a request for a major site plan approval to allow for a proposed new 2-story fire station and emergency operations center for the City of Riviera Beach, to replace the existing fire station number 87 located at City Hall Complex, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do have a public comment card on this item, and also the advertisement mailings did go out on June 30th to the affected residents.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board.
Motion
Oh,
to
sorry.
Motion been made and properly second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to the Development Services Director, Mr. Clarence Sermons.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening, Mr. Sermons.
Members of council, honorable mayor, madam attorney. I am, for the record, Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. I'm pleased to be before you to make this presentation on this proposed site plan. On the screen before you, you can see the property in question. The red box identifies the area of land subject to the proposed site plan. The location is 600 West Blue Heron Boulevard. Existing conditions, the Riviera Beach Municipal Complex. The parcel ID, which was read into the record, is shown on the screen. The affected area is approximately 3.3 acres. The current zoning is community facility, and the future land use is also community facility. The applicant, the city, is requesting to build a new 2-story fire station and emergency operations center for the City of Riviera Beach. This proposed fire station number 87 is to replace existing fire station number 87 located at the City Hall complex at 600 West Blue Heron Boulevard. Before you on the screen now is the proposed site plan, as you can see in Orient by Avenue H along here, and the proposed structure in the center and parking and circulation around it. Before you now on the screen is the proposed landscaping plan. And now you can see the proposed elevations for the project. At the top, the west elevation, north. And now you can see the east elevation as well as the south elevation. Staff has reviewed this project extensively and found that the project is consistent with the city's comp plan, code of ordinances, and is now ready for the board's consideration. It was also reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board, who recommended that City Council approve this item. The proposed conditions on this project are standard. Construction must be initiated within 18 months of the effective date of this resolution, or the site plan would be null and void. 2, a 2-year landscaping performance bond for 110% of the value of landscaping and irrigation shall be required before a certificate of occupancy can be issued for this site. 3, City Council authorizes staff to approve future amendments to the site plan administratively, so long as the site plan does not deviate greater than 5% from the originally approved site plan. 4, the development must receive final CO within 5 years of the approval of this resolution, or it shall be deemed null and void. All future advertising must state that the development is located within Riviera Beach. And finally, once approved, this resolution shall supersede any previous site plan approval resolutions associated with this property, causing the previous site plan approval resolutions to be null and void. And that concludes the staff presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Sermon. May I have the public comment, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Miss Mary Bram.
It's Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. Apparently, you all know, I'm going to say here that we are on the move and we are moving forward and not backwards. This fire station here, I'm going to do a little educating here for the general public. Out west out there where that fire station is, we do not own that land. We never did. It belongs to the VA hospital. And we know we have a fire station out there. And the VA hospital is not going to give up their land because they need every acre and every amount of space that they can get. We as a city, safety is our network. And our fire stations and any of our other purposely facilities in this city here that needs to be updated and built, we need to build them. Because we built the 88 station, and now we know that we must build this one as well. Because we have to do these things now. So I'm sorry to be the barrier of bad news for you. But for those that do not understand how we must move now, we must do some of the things now that should have been done then, but this is now. So we never look back. We continuously to move forward and make tremendous progress. Wherever that progress may lie, that's going to be beneficial, not for one individual, but for the entire city. It makes all of us rise to that uniqueness. Because remember what I said in the history back in 1893. This was Riviera, America. Because this is this city here. So now we can reclaim it here and put all the things that during that era of time to bring it to where it needs to be in the 21st century. So kudos for the fire station. And I'm going to say something to the ones, Mr. Troy Perry, all of these people that did contribute because that building is going to go down. Mr. Troy Perry was there. Patricia Armory was there. Ed Walker was there that were firemen. We say thank you for your service. And I know that you are smiling with nothing but gratitude to see your city that you worked in, retired from, and gave your all in all to be the best fireman, and to all of the deceased firemen, kudos to you too. We are doing this here as a city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brown. Council members? Comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 11D, Resolution 9623.
Item 11D, resolution number 96-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute change order number 1 for integration of the design funding $1,500,000. The demolition grant, $125,000. Project number 3080, Fire Station 87 demolition. Utility Special District cost share, $125,000. Project 23044, citywide road infrastructure into Kaufman Land contract not to exceed $20,300,000. Authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 5%. Authorizing utilization of vendors listed in Exhibit A for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payments and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have one public comment card on this item, and the acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Need a motion?
Yes.
Motion been made. Do we have a second? Motion been made and properly second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to the city engineer, Mr. Terrence Bailey.
Good evening, board and mayor. This item is a simple addition to the scope of services that was previously approved in the resolutions provided. During the design process, the utility special district determined that it was beneficial to the community to extend a water main down 28th Street. Not only did they come with the ask, but they came with the funding to provide capital to do this line. The line will not only support the project, but additional development west of Avenue H along 28. So this item is a change order to integrate that new scope into the project, as well as the demolition of the existing fire station. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Public comment? Public comment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Thane Lozman.
Thane Lozman. I support the new fire station. Had the chance to interface with some firefighters July 4th. Really impressed by their professionalism. Wish I could say the same with the Riviera Beach Police Department. My only problem with this item here, and I've seen in North Bay Village as far as the change order, 5% of 20 million is $1 million. I don't think the city manager should have that authority to make $1 million decision. I think that should come back to the board. I think you're better off with just a dollar value. Anything over $200,000 comes back to the board. This man has way too much authority, and by giving him the decision-making on, well over $1 million, I have a problem with that.
Mr. Manny Xavier. Okay, thank you.
See the problem?
That
Any
concludes
additional
public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Board members? Council members?
Mr. Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So this is procedural. Can we please make sure that those persons that probably put down the wrong item in error, that they're being recognized on whatever item it is, because clearly we were confused. Mr. Bailey, thank you for the presentation. Can you describe the utility special district cost share of $125,000, what that means?
So the request from the utility special district is to extend an 8-inch water main from Avenue H, approximately 400 feet west of Avenue H. So obviously they'll have to cut open the road, take the existing water main offline, install the new water main, get it tested, switch it over, and then rebuild that small seam in the road after the water main is installed. So that cost is $125,000 for the water main.
Oh,
go ahead, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bailey, so this is going to be incorporated into the project in Kaufman Lynn, and their team is going to be performing that work?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. How come I didn't see that item on our utility special district agenda?
The change order and additional scope is on the city for Kaufman's contract with the
Reclaim
city
my
of River
time.
Beach.
I reclaim my time.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me clarify it in a different way. You're spending $125,000 of utility district's resources. That was never voted on by this board. So you guys are at the start of a project and we already got shenanigans. I don't know how you authorize $125,000 to come out of your utility special district coffers when us as the board have never authorized it. So my question, Mr. Bailey, is how is it that $125,000 gets spent from utility special district to a Kaufman Lynn project that's on the city side?
I would request that the finance director come and provide you an
Well,
explanation.
you know
as-
what? I withdraw my question. You make it very hard for me. Well, not you per se, but this makes it very hard because this is not proper for me to vote against this. Because surely there's no mechanism that allows us to take monies. And then this is why I've said this before. No man can serve two masters, right? Where's the check and balances from the utility district department that one person, or perhaps two, can unilaterally decide to spend $125,000 under normal circumstances? You wouldn't be permitted to do that. This is a problem and we need to begin to address it. And, you know, just as I expected, nobody else was to try to catch this, but it's just like, help me out. You know, I really want to support the fire project, but we just had a Wednesday meeting that lasted 4 hours that talked about all of our capital needs. So certainly I just expect that this should be voted on by the board since this is resources provided by UD, Utility District. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. And I actually have the exact same question because is this item going to be coming back before us as a utility district, or is this going to be on our next UD meeting, or are we moving forward? Because Councilman McCoy is 100% accurate. And if I can hear from the finance director, I would love to hear what is the direction with this 125,000.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
That certainly, obviously, as we move through the project, that is an item that can come back before the board or the utility district for the purposes of appropriating the monies accordingly.
So proper procedural and protocol, would that need to come before the board before being brought from the UD, or would that need to come from the UD and then to the board?
From a procedure, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
From a procedural standpoint, you can handle them either way. We will not expend the monies associated with that until we get the authorization from the board, but it is incorporating that particular work in the actual contract and the services that would be provided by Kaufman Lynn.
So to follow up with that, you're asking for the city council to approve the 125, and then this item will be brought back on the UD meeting next month. So nothing will be done before the utility district has approved this item.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
That is correct.
So to be more effective and efficient, I agree with Councilman McCoy. It would have made more sense for us to approve that tonight, being that the UD was just a few moments before this meeting, so that we could proceed. Now we have to wait an entire month for this item. Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the work associated with this is certainly months away, so it's not going to delay or hamper the project moving forward. We can certainly get this item before the utility district well before that this particular monies would have to be expended for the project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evans. Commissioners, any additional comments? Council members, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk?
You have a question, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry. Councilman McCoy, go ahead. I apologize.
Thank you. And that's exactly what I suspected. I didn't imagine that this is going to be something that's going to happen right away, but I just really would like that we fine tune these items because once they're passed, that's it. And, you know, this is really interesting, right? Being an accountant, right? I really look at this from the segregation of duties perspective. Had that not came up, do you know what happens? Is $125,000 today. It could have been 1.25 million if nobody else would have caught this. So it's just like, to me, I really need help with this because I agonize over us doing things proper. And I am going to offer up a couple recommendations when it comes to us doing some additional staff training, but certainly I would hope, you know, the thing about this, right? And I know nobody could account for inflation and what it does, but it should spark everyone's attention when we have a change order before we even start a project, right? And I don't expect our project manager to be precise within the dollar or even, you know, $100,000 because, you know, we all recognize these things change, but I want to work hard and make sure that we put in effort to making sure that these are proper because clearly that's a real accounting failure to have something like this occur without it being properly authorized. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Additional questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 11E, Resolution 104-23.
Resolution number 104-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application number SP-21-0017 from J.S. Family Holdings Incorporated, Gerald Properties LLC, and Fish House Properties LLC applicant to allow a marine facility featuring a warehouse, storage office, and retail uses. The subject project is 3.32 acres, is located between East 16th Street to Northeast 14th Street, to the South Avenue C, to the east and Broadway to the west, in the downtown core -DC zoning district with a downtown mixed-use DMU land use designation, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Motion to approve resolution number 104-23.
Second.
Motion been made and probably second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to the Development Services Director, Mr. Clarence Sermons.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Good evening, Mayor.
I didn't know your name was Clarence. Okay.
No. Good evening again, Mayor Felder, council persons in your respective places, City Manager Evans, Mrs. Nguyen, and Mrs. Smith. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs. I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. In brief, resolutions number 104-23 and 105-23 pertain to applications received from JS Family Holdings and Gerald Properties and Fish House Properties, all under the Viking Yacht Company. These applications are for a site plan and for replat applications of approximately 3 acres of land wherein marine facilities will be constructed, which will consist of office space, warehouse space, and also retail space for boat vehicles. Mr. Sermons will be making a more complete presentation of those particular applications.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Again, Clarence Sermons, and I will proceed with further details on the item in question. As you can see on the screen before you, the project is located by the red dot on your screen near the city's intersection with the Intercoastal Waterway. A closer view of the properties to be developed, you can see the black line identifying the boundaries of the proposed site plan approval before you today. The applicant is requesting approval of a site plan and plat approval to allow for a marine facility featuring general industrial, warehouse, storage, office, and retail uses. The existing site is vacant. The lot size is approximately 3.32 acres. The zoning is downtown core, and the future land use is downtown mixed use. On the screen before you now, you can see the proposed plat for this project. There are multiple pages of the plat. This shows the northern properties to be consolidated. The next page of the plat shows the southern properties to be consolidated. Before you now, you can see the proposed site plan for this project. Again, there are 2 blocks associated with it, with 15th Street traversing the proposed development. The northern property has the buildings that was house the sales and repair center. To the south is predominantly parking for the uses to the north. Before you now, you can see the proposed landscape plan for the project. Staff did work with the applicant to ensure that the landscaping was commensurate with the city's vision for the future of the area. As you can see, the property to the south that houses the proposed parking areas. The area closest to the roadway, there is an expanded landscape and planting and fencing area to block and buffer the parking lot from the Broadway corridor. To the north, you can see that the showroom comes close to the roadway to create the pedestrian realm that the city is seeking in the downtown area. Before you now, you can see the east elevation to the top and the north elevation at the bottom of the screen. The south elevation and west elevation before you, and then a building section at the bottom. According to section 31-57 of the city zoning code, the purpose of site plan review shall be to ascertain if the proposed new development is in conformity with the comprehensive plan, that it is not detrimental to the neighboring land use, that an efficient pedestrian and vehicular traffic system, including proper means of ingress and egress to the streets, is provided for, and that the proposed project shall be a viable addition to the community. At the staff level, this review translated to ensuring that all of the areas of review and documents of the city were compared to the proposed, and everything applicable was checked off. That included the future land use plan, the land development code and zoning, looking at utilities and level of service, compatibility, landscaping, lighting, parking, and traffic. This item was also reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board, who recommended that City Council approve this project. And it was also reviewed by the CRA Board, who found it to be consistent with their master plan. There is an item of community benefits associated with this project. As you can see by the picture on the screen, the eastern end of 15th Street terminates at the entrance of Bicentennial Park here. You can see the cover area and the signage here. The applicant, to satisfy requirements of the code, will be doing a full reconstruction of the street to add curb, gutter, and 6-foot sidewalks on both sides of the street. The CRA is partnering in this effort to add updated street furniture to make it consistent with Bicentennial Park. So the ornamental street lights and benches found in Bicentennial Park and at the Marina District will also go along this corridor to create a promenade leading up to the park. This hearing was properly noticed according to state law and city regulations, and copies of that documentation are in your backup. Staff recommendations. Staff recommends City Council approve this application with the final approval with the following conditions. One is that construction must be initiated within 18 months of the effective date of this resolution, in accordance with Section 31-60 of the Land Development Code. Two, a 2-year landscaping performance bond for 110% of the value of landscaping and irrigation shall be required before a certificate of occupancy is issued for the site. 3, City Council authorizes staff to approve future amendments to the site administratively, so long as the site plan does not deviate greater than 5% from the originally approved site plan. 4, the development must receive a final CO from the city for all buildings and units within 5 years, or the resolution becomes null and void. 5, all future advertising must state the development is located within the city of Riviera Beach. Once approved, this resolution shall supersede any previous site plan approval resolutions associated with this property. 7, within 8 months of approval of this resolution, the petitioner shall construct a Palm Trend approved mass transit shelter with appropriate access, lighting, 2 trash receptacles, and bicycle storage. 8, the reconstruction of East 15th Street must take place in phase 1 of this project. 9, when the condition of 17th Street deteriorates to a point where resurfacing, material repairs, or reconstruction is required as reasonably determined by the city, the applicant shall participate in an equitable cost-sharing arrangement to contribute to the cost of such projects, taking into account other traffic burdens and capacities which 17th Street serves. And that concludes the staff presentation on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Shermans, and thank you, Ms. Jacobs.
And the
Madam Clerk?
applicant is here prepared to present, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, my name is Nat Nason of the Nason Yeager Law Firm. I do represent the Viking Group, and as Mr. Sermon said, we are here seeking approval of the site plan application for the Valhalla showroom on US 1, together with its associated replat. With me here tonight from Viking is Mr. Jeff Staub. He's general manager of operations for Viking, and also from our land planning group, 2GHO. I have Mr. George Gentile and Mr. Dan Siemens at this time. And in the interest of time, Mr. Siemens, I'll turn the microphone over to you, and then I'll have some closing comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, members of the council, my name is Dan Simpson.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
I'm clear.
If you don't mind, we need to swear in these individuals before.
Not necessarily Mr. Nason, because he's an attorney representing, and he won't be testifying, correct, Mr. Nason?
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Madam Clerk or City Attorney, if you could give clarity as to why you're swearing in our applicants for the public.
This is a quasi judicial item.
Thank you, Attorney Nguyen.
Thank you. Good evening, members of council. My name is Dan Simpson, landscape architect, project manager for 2GHO for the applicant Viking Yachts. This item, thank you. As Mr. Sermons mentioned, the project is Viking Yacht Sales and Service Center, Valhalla Boat Sales. This was before you at the previous meeting. This is a rendition of the front of the project from Broadway. As Mr. Sermons mentioned, the site plan is approval to redevelop a portion of Broadway Avenue corridor, for a state-of-the-art marine facility. And there is a companion to replat the application to combine the individual lots as required by your code. The project will include industrial warehouse, storage, office, and retail components, all as a component of marine uses, and that's important. So all the uses that are shown on this project are permitted by right in the downtown core zoning district. The project includes a companion application for replat as well. As you know, Viking Yachts has a long history in the city. Their original yard opened up in 2002, which is the Viking Service Center there on the east side. The owner has worked through the years to assemble these properties so that they can expand their facility and do this showroom along Broadway. Here's the location of the two sites that are being utilized for the project along Broadway. To the north is Lockheed Martin, as most are aware. There's the existing Viking Service Center, as Mr. Sermons mentioned, Bicentennial Park, and of course, the Marina Event Center where we're at tonight. Again, like I said, the site location is on Broadway Avenue. To the north of the project is 16th Street, and then 15th Street and 14th Street. Access will be provided along 16th and 15th. There's two components. The facility site, primary functions is for the Valhalla boat sales. Consists of two buildings, provides for 3 ingress-egress points on 15th Street and 16th Street and Avenue C. The building A is the 2-story building along Broadway. That'll consist of the showroom, the sales center, a service area component in the back, and an outdoor display in the front. Building B is towards the back along Avenue C. And that's a 3-story warehouse building similar to what they've got across the street, and it'll support the proposed sales and service center. So they'll have parts in there. And then to the south is the parking site, south of 15th Street, be utilized for the off-site parking lot, providing 87 spaces. Here's the site as it exists today. And then once the project is constructed, this is what it will be. You see to the north, west of the property is the sales and service center for the Valhalla Boat Works. And then to the east side there is a warehouse building for the parts component. Because of the way the code is written, there's a lot of parking required for retail spaces, but your code is written such that for a standard retail store. So when we do the computation for the retail space, which is going to have very large boats, maybe 3 or 4, compared to small items, the parking calculation doesn't really work out in favor for this project. So that's why you see the parking lot to the south. So there's a lot more parking here than what will be actually utilized, but they do fulfill all the requirements of your code. The total site acreage, as Mr. Sermons mentioned, is 3.32 acres. Office retail component is about 20,661. Warehouse and storage, 15,000. The industrial, which is really the service component, is 9,234 for a total of 44,893 square feet. 25% of the site is open space. Your requirement for parking, as I just mentioned, is quite high. It's 104, and they're providing 108. One of the questions that was brought up in the CRA meeting was to show how the delivery of vessels were going to come to the site. This here is a diagram showing that, produced by our engineering firm, consulting firm that's on the team, Kimley Horn. Shows the truck and trailer bringing the vessel in on 17th Street down to Avenue C. And then turning onto 16th and into the service center, and then out 15th and back up. So this shows that this is a program that utilizes dimensional requirements of certain vehicles, and it actually runs the route as if the vehicle is taken. It's actually very conservative, so we know for a fact that this works. As Mr. Sermons mentioned, CRA staff had some feedback on what they wanted, and some of those, the project's response to that is some improvements along 15th Street, as he mentioned, as well as a decorative trellis feature on Broadway. Having the parking lot component, which is an allowed use there along Broadway, excuse me, the city staff and the CRA staff believe that it presented an opportunity to provide a decorative feature along Broadway, and the applicant has agreed to do that. Along with that, a bus shelter along Broadway is going to be incorporated. Here's a diagram of the improvements along 15th Street. It's a pavement, new pavement, curb and gutter, and sidewalks on either side, along with some street trees. If you've gone down the site anytime recently, you'll notice that the Viking group has already beautified that street with street trees, but we'll be adding any as necessary. This talks about the 6-foot sidewalks on both sides, repavement of the road, and the addition of the street trees. This is the additional beautification along Broadway that was mentioned before too. This is a blow up of that. So you can see there on the south side is the Palm Tran bus shelter, not just an easement, but the actual shelter will be constructed. The vegetation along there is added along with a wood trellis feature with vegetation growing on that. You can see here the setback for the parking lot is required by code is 20 feet. The project here is over 73 feet, almost 74-foot setback from Broadway to add that additional buffer area. also as a FPL easement for the future undergrounding of the lines along Broadway Avenue, which is happening on another, under another project. The decorative trellis feature, as I mentioned. Consistency with your policies. Staff has reviewed the project and determined that it's consistent with all your comprehensive plan policies. As we know, Viking's been a longstanding investor into the community programs with internship opportunities, certain school organizations, and apprenticeships as well. The architecture is contemporary, mid-modern, clean, simplicity, straightforward design. Evokes progress, established itself as an example for future development along the Broadway Avenue. This is something that staff really was looking at in the very beginning stages, and I think the project absolutely delivered in that respect. With the presence along Broadway, those first floor openings there opens up the showroom, sort of an indoor-outdoor setting for showing the boats along Broadway. This is the view from Broadway. It's much more inviting, much more welcoming, which, you know, promotes that pedestrian connection. There's a couple of things on the conditions of approval. This one's already been revised, but the original language had a Scribner's error in it. The other condition, which is condition 7, which we spoke about before, we had asked staff to take a look at it and revise the language within 8 months from the issuance of the first building permit rather than from the approval of this resolution is what we asked for in this particular case, that they'll build the bus shelter. So in the previous meeting, staff had agreed to that, but we just want to make sure that we put that on the record. In conclusion, the request seeks to redevelop neither 2 vacant blocks of land with a marine sales and service facility. The project contains all uses that are permitted by right in the downtown zoning code. And staff received, it's received staff recommendation for approval along with the CRA support, P&Z, and CRA board voted 3-1 to move the project forward. Thank you very much for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your comments, Matt.
I'm sorry. Mr. Nason has something to add.
Yeah, I have a couple of items to close on the matter. First, there have been some questions that have been raised about the use of our parking lot by the city occasionally for temporary overflow parking. Now, Viking and the city have a very long history of Viking accommodating the city's request for the need for temporary overflow parking from the Marina Event Center where we are right now. Viking used to own property over here. Numerous times we've accommodated that, and that can continue with regard to this particular parking lot with this facility. We will continue to cooperate with the city on this parking area in order to accommodate the city's need for potential overflow temporary parking. And so that is something that Viking ownership does commit to this city board to do and to work with the city as and when those needs are needed. So that's one thing that I wanted to make sure that you guys knew in closing. The other thing is that it was touched on, but this is a use by right. We are 100% code compliant. We require no variances. We require no special exceptions. We require no conditional uses. Our site plan strictly complies with code. And so we are entitled by code to these approvals that we're here tonight. But more to the point, this is a project that you should support. You should be proud of it. It's going to enhance that area. That area needs to come back. This will be an integral part of that. It highlights the marine industry. It is state of the art. It's going to look good. and it's gonna be a
Chair.
shining jewel.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Nason.
Yeah.
But it does sound like you're testifying.
I didn't intend to, nevertheless, so
Well, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, if I can we just
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
take a step back and start over? Because he gave us a whole lot based off of his experience and not in a more representative capacity, but he's telling us how great this project is. But perhaps we need to take a step back and do some other procedural items.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. We do have to actually swear back in the, if we could actually have the individual have to swear you in again, please.
Well, and can we just redo everyone at the same time, please? And
Yes.
Nate, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And now, to that point, to the point of order from Councilman McCoy, that you are testifying with the quasi judicial, so that's where we want to make it clear that that's not a part of this hearing.
right. That's fine. I appreciate that point of order. Let me just simply say for the record that I restate and reaffirm what I just told you, so I don't have to say it all over again, if that works for you. I think it does work for the record.
Thank you. That works for the
Okay
record.
with
Ms.
that? Okay. All right. With that, then, we are available to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you very much.
And with the site application. Thank you. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Direct, come on back.
Yes, sir.
I'm a judge today, so
Okay.
if you don't mind indulging me for just a couple questions, since you seem to be pretty familiar with this. And this is why I'm afraid I'm thinking I'm gonna not have to support this item. And as much as I think it's a solid project, I don't like the conditions that's set forth in the staff report. And I want to know from your experience in being involved with this project, how did the condition, I believe it was 7 and 8, arrive regarding the commitment from Viking to do the community benefits?
In two ways. The benefits were discussion of this particular facility from the get-go. And we worked with staff in order to determine, what would be an appropriate level of benefit. And again, we are willing to do this. I would tell you legally, I don't think we have to, but we're willing to do it because we think.
Thank you. I withdraw my, thank you. Thank you. That's exactly where I was going at with this question. Because I don't know how, if you're not legally required to do it, how do we make it a condition? Now, Mr. Nason, you see where I'm at a struggle, right? Because now I'm thinking that my approval is based on you doing something that is already our duty as a city in making sure our roads are being paved.
Commissioner,
but if you want to be very generous and do it, perhaps you should do it separate from this item. But as long as this is attached to this site plan, we have a legal obligation to do that, not you. And your approval should not be based upon a condition that you're not legally required to do. So that's why I asked that question, Mr. Nason.
I understand Commissioner McCoy, though. I would tell you this, that if we accept that condition here tonight, which we're prepared to do, then that becomes a commitment as a part of this approval, which you then can enforce. So it essentially is a contract. I think if I wanted to tell you I don't want to do it, I still think that we'd have the legal entitlement to get this done. But I'm not here asking for that. We want to be good partners. We're willing to accept this condition, even though I don't think that you could legally make me do it. My client is willing to do it because we want to be good partners with the city.
Right, but it seems like you're buying my vote. I mean, think about what you're saying. If you're not legally required to do it, I'm trying to figure out, why do I have an item that's before me that says it's a condition? So if you don't perform that condition, then we can take action to invalidate your site plan when you said it yourself legally, you're not required to do it.
Once I accept it, I think that I've got to do it.
Okay,
And
well,
we're here willing to accept it tonight. So that's what I would tell you.
I think my point has been made, and I don't need to go and rehash this further, but I just really have issues with conditioning site plans off of something that is our obligation already. Because if they chose not to do it for whatever reason, perhaps it wasn't in their budget, do we not approve their project? Think about what we're asking. I mean, because today it's this, tomorrow it can be somebody else putting money in a person's pocket up here. I mean, come on, members, we got to have ethics. In fact, we're required to take ethics training yearly, And this just teeters the line. If they're not legally required to do it, why does this become a condition? And I don't want to give that impression that that's the way we operate in the city of Riviera Beach. You can buy your way to site plan approval. It don't work for me. And if this continues to stay in here, respectfully, I'm not going to be able to support it.
And to that point, to follow up on Councilman McCoy's concerns, Attorney Nguyen, if you could opine on his concern of the conditions of the site plan approval being incorporated outside of the standard. These requested items that they're agreeing to, but essentially not being standard practice. Can you give us some insight for that, please?
I think if they're agreeing to it, it's coming before you, it's out in the open. There's nothing happening that I know of behind closed doors that you can accept these conditions.
But to that point, they're not legally obligated to fulfill them, from my understanding.
They're agreeing to them. The site plan, the resolution says that they shall do it, which means that they must do it. Once they've agreed to it, yes.
And if I may,
if you could hold on
the
for me,
testimony
please.
that they're
Thank you.
agreeing to it.
So we do have the testimony, they're agreeing to it. Now, to Councilman McCoy's point of this being quasi-judicial hearing, them agreeing to items that aren't the standard practice across the board with the city, outstanding of other site plans, do we make this standard where every applicant now has to agree to certain items?
I don't believe you can make it standard because, for instance, let's say during site plan approval process, or what have you, with development services, they said, we want you to do these two things. And the applicant said, no, we're not doing that because it's not our obligation. Then they wouldn't bring it to you because they don't have, meaning staff doesn't have the authority to bring it to you.
And this is
But
not,
in this instance, they're agreeing.
and Attorney Nguyen, this is not the first time that we've heard this concern and settlement, and I want us to kind of nip this in the bud now. Unfortunately, this applicant is going to be the test dummy for this, and in sake of not allowing for this to continue, I want us to be on the same page with requirements for our site plan approval with every item that comes to the board, and I want to understand better so that there's no confusion, so that these applicants that are coming to the city don't have to endure the discussion of dissension amongst colleagues.
As a board, you can set that policy. You can tell staff, don't bring us anything from developers or applicants. That's our responsibility. It's totally up to you all.
Mr. Evans, please.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
It is very common in the space of local governments where there is partnerships by virtue of development agreements or site plan approvals, where public infrastructure is improved or enhanced for the purposes of what the impact is associated with development projects. There are, even the project that you were supposed to hear earlier today contemplated some improvements on public infrastructure. Many times we see things where we ask folks to upsize lift stations or make investments in public infrastructure. It is quite common with regards to these types of situations. And so if it is a policy decision that the board wants to assume the additional responsibilities when developers are coming in for those particular areas, then that's a public policy decision, but invariably you're going to, the folks that would benefit from the investment the most are going to be the patrons of that particular facilities and the folks that are operating out of that facilities. And so you would have a situation where in fact your taxpayers are going to subsidize a piece of roadway infrastructure invariably that most usage will be for said operation. So if that's a public policy decision that the board would like to adopt or consider, but I will tell you it is more common practice than you would imagine in many local governments to require those as part of development projects.
And to that point, Mr. Evans, I have no interest in supporting a policy that limits that. I want to be legally defensible is my concern, because when the developers come to our community, I want to make sure that we're benefiting for our infrastructure and community as much as possible, but making sure that we've protected legally against other applicants saying that this is not standard practice. So if they're going to give us the moon, the stars, and the sky, I want to receive it from these developers, but I want to make sure that it doesn't look like we're also just taking this to approve an application. Certain fees that we've set, standards for, certain policy that we've placed, that is something that's legally defensible. But improvement of infrastructure, how do we legally document it? that we can ask as much as possible for our partners. And as the applicant has said, they want to be good partners, and that's the direction discussion. As I stated earlier, I've had conversations since our CRA meeting with representatives from Viking. I was appreciative of them wanting to be better stewards to the city and partners with the city, because they want to be a part of Reimagine. They want to be a part of the growth that's happening in Riviera Beach. So I'm excited that they're at the table, but I want to make sure that we're covered legally and protected without setting a policy that's going to limit us on the ability to work with the partners that want to invest into our infrastructure. So I want to understand more so that we can be prepared so this conversation doesn't happen again, because it's not the first time we've had it. If anybody else wants to comment before Councilman McCoy, just giving another commissioner a chance. Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that
Councilperson Lanier, I'm sorry.
we've had this conversation before, and I have to agree with you in the sense that if a developer or if a business is coming to the city and they say that, we don't have to build the sidewalk in front of our place because it's not required. But we're building a sidewalk because we want to be good neighbors, and we want to ensure the people who are coming to our business are going to use it. They don't have to, but a lot of times developers come to the city, and for example, the issue in regards to the port, where there's a big, huge drum that has the City of Riviera Beach on it. They didn't have to put City of Riviera Beach on it. They didn't have to paint it that way, but we asked that they did. They offered to us, hey, we'll put the City of Riviera Beach on it so that, that's, something that we'll do for you. So I don't have any issue with a developer or a business saying, listen, this is what is required of us, but we want to do business in your city. We want to ensure that we're good neighbors. And this is a good faith effort that we can continue to do business together. So they say we'll put the sidewalk in. I have no problem with that.
And to that point, we give rave reviews on the entryway signage that was put up and promoted by a developer. So I agree with Councilwoman Lanier. Councilwoman Botel or Miller Anderson? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, here's why I think that argument doesn't hold water. And it can actually be resolved in a much different way, right? This is no different than contract zoning, where a city bargains with a developer to change the zoning for that purpose of the developer. So why not just make it a completely separate item? But when you sit here and you preface it by saying conditioned upon this item, what if they experience a reorganization or bankruptcy that requires that? I mean, do we now have to go back and revisit everything because this was a condition? If it was a separate agreement that wasn't dependent upon this site plan approval, then I could be okay with it. But to merely say that he already acknowledged and we acknowledge that he's not required to do it. So if you want to create a separate instrument or a separate agreement that's outside of the site plan approval, that's cool. But what you're saying to me doesn't even make practical sense. And this is exactly why we take ethics courses, at least I do. Maybe some of the other members don't do their required ethics. To
that point,
training.
Councilman, I'm not sure that your sentiments of other council members and what ethics training they do. I would say stick to your point and what you're doing, sir.
Right. But no, I'm making the case because clearly he acknowledged that he can't do it, or he's not required to do it. So to sit here and say that it happens all the time, it certainly does. But what I can tell you is this: it doesn't have to be a condition upon approval. That's simply all I'm saying. Because if we approve it, we should approve it based on its merits. In fact, we're required to approve it based on its merits, and we're supposed to. And this is why it's so important to understand what our role is. We're supposed to look at our future land use map, our zoning map, and our comprehensive plan, and look at that site plan and compare it to that, not to whether or not he's going to build us a street or a curb. That is completely irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Now, if he chooses in good faith to enter into some other agreement with the city, then I'm okay with it. But my conscience just won't allow me to do it because it's this today and tomorrow is something else.
Something else. And go ahead, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
So, okay, so I hear your concerns. So is it, I mean, can the condition come off? I mean, if it's, a huge deal for several people on the board, what is for whoever voiced their issues?
To that point, I guess that's where Ms. Miller Anderson, that was where I was looking for some guidance from legal and from our city manager and staff, because I would be in agreement with Councilman McCoy that what does this look like on local on a national level in regards to policy being written. I want us to do it the right way, but we do want as much support from our partners as possible, whether it's a separate policy, whether it's a separate notice that's done in addition to the site plan. Contingent on the site plan is going to, we want to be standard and we want to be good stewards to all of our partners. So we want to be clear with how we maneuver. So I would agree with Councilman McCoy. I just got my ethics certification the other day. So I agree with him in regards to making sure we're good stewards, but also making sure that we're legally defensible.
So my question still stands.
Is it to the, do we just
Well,
remove it?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
question.
That would be a motion by the board. If that is the intent of the board, I would still want to know
For me, a question.
question for the commissioner, for the council members. So council members, that would be a question from Ms. Miller Anderson. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if you are to remove it, the other mechanism that you would utilize would be a development agreement that would call out what the commitments would be by virtue of the relationship with the developer. But again, this is very standard with regards to many other municipalities. And the other side of it is now there is situations where going forward, if this is the will of the board, every item is going to have to be accompanied with a development agreement to call for some of those things that have been called out in previous site plan approvals. And so we just want to make sure that there's clarity and there's no ambiguity with respect to where the board stands on this particular matter, because there are projects and things that are in the hopper that we are having conversations with developers about investments in infrastructure and the like. And so if that's the vehicle that we want to utilize, then that's a deviation that staff will have to research and find out what we can do to effectively do that. And I don't know if it in fact cures what the board is trying to resolve either. There's still, you might find yourself in the same particular way by virtue of a development agreement or site plan. And if there is a situation where there is a deviation from the site plan where financial crisis, we can't do that. You can revisit those items. It is not something that is conceivably set in stone, that you do have the ability to readdress it.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Fine.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilwoman.
No, I was just going to say that, I don't see how it's an ethics issue. I mean, we're not buying something from them. It's a situation where they say that this is what we are doing in terms of what is required. And, we're going to do this as well because we want to provide good faith to the city. I don't see a problem with that. And I don't think it's an ethics issue. No one is buying anything here. So the way that it is, I have no problem with it. But that can go for a vote. I don't see a problem with it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if it is the will of the board to eliminate those two conditions, Viking stands ready, willing, and able to enter into a development agreement with the city imposing those conditions on us. We do not object to the conditions. We do want our site plan approval. We want to make this to be a valuable location for the city of Riviera Beach.
And for this discussion, I want to thank you first and foremost for investing into the city. And the discussion supersedes a lot of what's happening tonight versus some of the policy that we need to make sure we're properly addressing. So as this hearing, we want to dispose of this item, but this was a healthy dialogue to help us determine if it's going to be a development agreement or if it's going to be consistent with our site plan. Still, as staff, Mr. Evans and Attorney Nguyen, we still have to determine what we're going to do moving forward, regardless of this item. But go ahead, Attorney Nguyen, you got a comment?
Yes, I didn't know if you wanted to hear from Ms. Gatto about how prevalent this is, even in other jurisdictions, or if you don't care to.
Oh, absolutely, because we need to just kind of put this to bed now so that we can set a standard practice moving forward, because the next site plan, we want to make sure it's either a development agreement or incorporated in the site plan. And just because it's standard across different municipal governments doesn't mean it's the right way. So I would like, of course, your legal opinion in regards to how this is supposed to be written so that we're clear and covered up.
Yeah, I think she'll agree with what I said to you earlier, that had they pushed back, then we couldn't make them do it, but they're agreeing to do it. But I don't know, she of course represents other cities, and so she can talk to you about that.
I guess that's the confusion. If it's in the site plan and they're agreeing to do it and they don't do it, that means we can't legally enforce them to do it.
No, because the site plan says that they shall do it, and it's only in there as a shall because they agreed to it.
Okay.
If during the discussions and through this process, they had said, no, we're not doing that, then it wouldn't be in here.
Okay.
We wouldn't be able to put it in there. We can't force them to do it, and we're not forcing them. They're volunteering to do it.
So during the process, if they choose not to improve 15th Street while they're doing this process, what happens at that time?
We're looking at either a site plan amendment, which I believe staff has the ability to, I think there's that 5% waiver or movement amendment, administrative amendment process in there. Or I guess we'd have to bring it back to them, Mr. Sermons. I don't know what your process is for that.
Yes, the 5% we would utilize if they were moving something around on the site. However, conditions that were agreed upon on the record with council, that we would bring back before you if they wanted to alter one of those.
And I would like to hear from Ms. Godot, just so that we can put this to rest and have some direction for staff moving forward.
Good evening, Chair and council members. I'm Christy Gatto. I'm here on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Department that I often work with and help and review this item previously before the hearing. As Ms. Nguyen said, yes, oftentimes in development services review of items and at other cities, staff looks at impacts of a development and other issues that might help facilitate the project in the city, and propose to the developer different conditions, whether or not there's something specific in that city's code or this city's code that would require that as part of the development. Those are sort of the negotiation points of bringing the development forward. And if the developer, like in this case, agrees to those conditions, you put them in your site plan as a condition they've agreed to, and that way, if going forward they don't meet those conditions, then you can enforce their site plan through different measures. Obviously, as Mr. Sermon says, if they can't comply with the condition, he would then bring it back to the council to say, do you want to agree to eliminate this condition, or should we keep it and enforce it? It is, as Mr. Nason said, essentially a contractual agreement that they agree to those conditions. I agree with the point that if we ask for it and we don't have something in our code that legally requires, and that can legally require it, it is an illegal extraction that we're asking for the developer to provide to the city. But again, it's almost like contract negotiation. If they agree to it, they agree to it, and then it becomes enforceable like the contract. I do agree with your comments, Mr. Chair, that having some standards is often helpful. One of the things that comes to mind is sometimes you can write into your code certain development criterias that would trigger such a requirement. Like if you have traffic standards that say, you know, if your traffic study shows you're going to increase traffic to this amount, then you have to make these improvements. You can add criteria into your land development regulations, so that would automatically make that a condition of development. Otherwise, it is sort of left up to staff to make these negotiations, request these conditions, and have a developer agree to them or not agree.
Thank you, Ms. Gatto. That gave me more clarity, because in line with our impact fees, our landscape reduction fees, civic open space fees, these are standard across the board. So this improvement, I can't put a dollar amount or obtain what is going to be the cost of this improvement. So there's no standard for this. And to Councilman McCoy's concern, it's essentially asking the applicant to just provide some type of financial service to the city or to whoever the powers that be to say, we want this approval and we'll do this for you. So I would like to see some type of standard practice, and so that there could be a trigger if one thing reflects to the other. I don't want to take flexibility away from staff, but I do want a standard practice, and that we can have more discussion about that moving forward. The applicant has stated on the record that they are amenable to providing the rehab of 15th Street. So I would be still in support of moving forward with this, but I do want us to also address some standard policy. Thank you, Ms. Gatto.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, sir, you have 2 public comment cards.
Thank you.
Mr. Fane Lozeman, you have written here 11E and F, so you're speaking on 11E. And then Mr. Manny Xavier.
Thank you, Mr. Lozeman.
Thane Lozeman, I have a problem, Mr. Lawson, in that this board tasked the Planning and Zoning Board to do a preliminary review of the project. And I went to that meeting, and that meeting was, I think, like 5 hours long. And the board categorically told Mr. Sermons to look at the jackknife trailer, to look at the 91-foot trailer that jackknifed over Broadway, the median in Broadway. He came in here and he checked off traffic was okay. He ignored what that board told him to do. Now, I provided you photographs of that jackknife trailer at the CRA meeting. That is a big problem because that jackknife trailer, they basically lied. I don't know how else to say it. That jackknife trailer brought a 55-foot boat from New Jersey over to their facility on 15th Street and then empty it, went around to try to get into 21st Street because sometimes they're gonna have to move their 55-foot boat to 21st Street to get retrofitted at that facility. So he was given a task by the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Board in a consensus, and he didn't do it. He came here and checked traffic's fine. Traffic isn't fine. A lot of people have an issue with how are you moving this 55-foot boat, which is a very popular boat, over to 21st Street? Are you gonna move it by trailer? Or are you going to move it by water? And there was a big dispute between Rybovich as far as they said, oh, you have to open up 20th Street to move the boat. There was all kind of drama about moving this 55-foot boat. But Sermons, what you got to do is make him raise his right hand right now and say, Sermons, did the chairman of the planning and board, the P&Z board, were there a consensus where they told you to investigate the jackknife trailer? How are we going to move this big boat around the community? And at the CRA board, you were lied to. They said, oh, well, that's just happened to be the trailer that was out there. No, that's the trailer that transported the 55-foot boat. So why is your development director ignoring the directive that the P&Z board gave him to investigate the trailer, to look at the photographs? If you bring a 55-foot boat down here in 6 months, how are you going to move it to 21st Street? Are you going to move it through Broadway? Or are you going to take it, a little towboat, and move it over to their 21st Street facility? How are you going to handle a 55-foot boat? So before you approve anything, it would be nice just to table this and bring in the P&Z board chairman and let him explain what went on with the jackknife trailer and that whole drama. You know, you have the photographs. That's the biggest holdup. How are you going to move this boat from 15th to 21st Street if you need to retrofit it there? How's it going to happen? I didn't hear anybody talk about that. Mainly Sermons was tasked to do that job, and he didn't do it and give you that information.
Thank you, Ms. Lozeman.
Mr. Manny Xavier.
Welcome, Mr. Xavier.
Good evening again, council persons, Mayor. I'm not too happy with what Viking has done in the past with the redevelopment promises, but one thing I do know is when it comes to the Marine, they're on the ball and they're going to make it work. So if you think that this is a good project, traffic is a major issue, and I hope that other developers in the area get raked across the same kind of coals they have when it comes to street width, the curvature of the entryways, the volume of the traffic. I hope that gets taken into consideration. I also hope that consideration gets paid to whether or not what they propose passes the smell test, just like they're getting tasked with tonight here with Viking. So aside from the traffic and the transportation of the boat, making sure that that boat or the boats can be transported in a safe way along US 1 without causing any damage or any kind of liability to other businesses or injuries to people, I'm okay with it. I think it'll be a good addition to the city, but as long as those conditions are met, I think it's a good deal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Xavier. Any additional comments, Madam Clerk?
No, sir, that's it.
Thank you. I do have a question. For the service and sales center, what will be the maximum size boat sold at this location?
Maximum size boat that will be sold out of that facility is 45 feet. Is that right? So the 55-foot Valhalla is not an issue. It won't go there. Most of those deliveries come down via water. Occasionally an owner will want one to come down via truck. That particular 91-foot tractor trailer, it has I think a 67-foot payload for the trailer. And, it was misdirected. It came out of 16th Street. It wasn't supposed to. It was misdirected. We're past that. This project has nothing to do with that. And I will also say that, we have, with regard to our overland deliveries, we've made adequate arrangements with our partners at Safe Harbor with regard to use of 20th Street and other avenues, other things they're doing for us. We're good with regard to that issue. So this facility, however, will not have 55-foot Valhallas stored, transported, going in and out of there any way, shape, or form. No work will be done on them there. Strictly on the waterfront with regard to those.
Follow up to one more question, Madam Ms. Miller. So follow up to that. So sold 45 foot will be the maximum. It also has a service location on the site plan as well.
That is correct.
Will there be any boats over 45 feet serviced at the site either? If somebody could come give me some comments on the mic. Thank you.
Jeff Staub from Viking Yachts.
Hello, Jeff.
This facility specifically was designed for smaller boats. There's no capability there to offload boats that are larger than 45 feet. That is why we can say with certainty that the boat sizes will be less than that there. The facility is just not big enough to handle it. We have two other facilities that are designed to handle the larger boats, and that's where they'll continue to go.
Can you confirm that no boats over 45 feet will be worked on at that site?
Correct.
So to my question and follow up for either legal or Mr. Sermons, if that item or that process does change, being that on the record they've given that no boats will be serviced or sold over 45 feet there, what happens if they start to service boats over that size? Because the issue and the turn radius is based upon a certain trailer and boat size of 45 feet. I had that conversation with some of the representatives, and that was the concern, because it was very distasteful to see what happened on Broadway with that large trailer, and that's been worked out. We're past that, but moving forward, how do we hold the applicant accountable if we approve this process tonight?
Yes, Mr. Chair, on that item, I would have to research what enforcement mechanisms we would have. If they agreed verbally on the record that they would not sell boats over a certain size, and we find that they are doing so, we will have to figure out what type of enforcement mechanisms the city has, and that's something we will have to look into.
Mr. Chairperson.
Please.
Just to clarify, it is a sales center, so it's very possible that larger boats may be sold from that facility, but they won't be stored or be at that facility.
Okay, so I guess that's contrary to what was stated in regards to.
I wanted to clarify. It is.
Thank you for the clarification, but if with it being a sales center and a boat is sold from that sales center and it's just sold off of the imagery or the
Paperwork
pictures
imagery,
or the
correct.
online, it will be then transported from a different location to the new owner?
Any deliveries or boat transportation would happen at a different facility, correct?
Okay. The reason we're asking
I
is
understand.
because there was a boat in the middle of Broadway, I'm sorry, a trailer in the middle of Broadway that was over 90 feet that was not in a position to have a turn radius at that location. That is a major concern for damage to the property, delayed traffic and possible damage to any resident that could have ran into this trailer that was parked on both sides of the road. So I know that my colleagues had issues with that when we spoke about that at the CRA. We've resolved that issue, but I wanted it clear because even now there's not seem to be clarity with what's being sold at the site, because you just did clarify that boats will be sold, but I want to make sure that we're not going to have boats stored there either that are over 45 feet, because if you're selling boats and even just to have them shipped in and on display, that's concerning for me, to make sure that they don't come up our roads and that they're brought in through water. So there's a few issues that we want to make sure we have clarity for.
In agreement.
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson, then Pro Temp Lanier.
So I guess my question is, that particular boat, why was it making that turn? If it's, where, I mean, what was it being serviced? Was it sold? Was it being, I mean, what was it for?
Just to clarify, there was not a boat.
It was just a trailer?
traveling. It was a truck and trailer.
And what was that doing? What was it there for?
Supposed to be moving up to the other facility by Safe Harbors. That was being done in coordination with Safe Harbors to work out the agreements that we were trying to work out with regards to where a truck of that size could travel. Unfortunately, someone directed that truck to go down 16th Street, and that's how it ended up stuck where it was. It should not have been there.
So based on that exercise, you all understood that that is not a size that can make that turn, so we will not have any of those issues anymore, is what you're saying?
That is correct.
Thank you. And before Pro Temp, can we also have a motion to extend meeting? Pro Temp, go ahead.
No, I was asking the same question that my colleague was asking in regards to how did that truck get there that day. I had heard about it, but I didn't know what was happening. And he said that there wasn't a boat on it. It was just the truck itself. So I think that what needs to happen is that it should be not just told to us or not just say to us, but it should be somewhere that it should be enforced that that is the size that has to work at that facility and not anything over. So, Mr. Sermons, is that something that you can look into in terms of making sure that that is not going to happen?
Yes, staff can absolutely look into that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to extend the 10:15, but with the condition that we continue to move forward quickly, please.
Second.
Motion been made and probably seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes unanimously, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, board members, do we have any additional comments for the applicant, for staff? Councilwoman Botel, you okay? Comments?
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, sir, with 4 votes and Mr. McCoy dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 11E?
11F?
F.
11F, resolution number 10523, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving plat application number PA 21-04 from JS Family Holdings Incorporated, Gerald Properties LLC, and Fish House Properties LLC applicant to allow a marine facility featuring a warehouse, storage office, and retail uses. The subject project is 3.32 acres and is located between East 16th Street to the northeast 14th Street, to the south Avenue C, to the east and Broadway to the west in the downtown core DC zoning district with a downtown mixed-use DMU land use designation, providing for an effective date and other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do have 2 public comment cards on this item, and the acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Motion to approve resolution number 105-23.
Second.
Motion been made and properly second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Chair, staff's previous presentation encompassed both of these items, so there's no further presentation from staff.
Thank you. Do we have any representatives from the group?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, George Gentile, president of 2GHO Inc.
Mr. Gentile, before you
think-
do, I do have to swear you in again. So if you're going to be the only person testifying, I would like you to raise your right hand.
I was sworn in, but
Well,
I'll do it
because it's a
again.
different item,
Oh,
and it
yes,
is a
sir.
quasi judicial, we do
All
have
right.
to do it again. No worries. Is there going to
Nope.
be any speakers, additional speakers?
No,
Thank you.
sir.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, gentlemen. Go ahead, Mr. Gentile.
I would
Thank you.
just entertain any questions. This is, the plating is a technical item that your staff has already presented to you, and at the late hour, I don't think you need me to go over the same thing that Mr. Sermons did. So we'll be here to answer any questions you might have on the plat.
Thank you. Board members?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Sermon, so I have a replat in front of us, but this is for actually two separate locations. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, when you say two separate locations, are you referring to the parcel north and south of 15th Street?
Correct. That's my
Yes.
question.
Yes.
So was there, I mean, couldn't there have been a better way to do this? I mean, considering when you look at these items, I definitely see it on page 10 of your staff report. But why wouldn't it be two separate replats since they're two separate locations? So one resolution is going to cover both replats? Is that?
It's not uncommon for a plat to cover parcels that are bisected by streets or have streets going through them. It's not uncommon.
I mean, technically, it's two plats. I mean, because you could have one that's actually on one plat and then another that's on a completely separate legal plat. So I can understand one resolution authorizing the replat of both, but my question is just, why not just have it separated? Because they're technically, I mean, you could have a situation where you could have, they can be platted in the official records on two different locations. And this really is technical, and I don't think it really matters, but, you know, it just seems a little unusual in this regard. When they're separated by a street, you're going to do one plat?
Yes, it would be, yes, that's very common. You could potentially have hundreds of documents if every time a street went through a property that you separated it into a different plat, it would be.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any additional comments? Board members? Mr. Sermons, thank you. First, before we do dispose of this item, for the work that you put in to making sure that we got the opportunity to work with our partners and neighbors that have been here for years, and the effort you put into making sure they beautified our community while doing this. Our concerns earlier were based upon policy and procedure, not based upon the work that you put in. So thank you for the hard work that you did with this and making sure that we were good partners, and you were the first line of defense to protecting the city and also representing the city. And thank you, gentlemen, for investing into the community as you always have been. And so we're excited to move forward with you, and we're going to continue to push forward. Board members?
Yes, I would also like to ditto that for Mr. Sermons. Thank you so much for your hard work. Exemplary in terms of how you bring these items to the council, how you are very prepared. I can really appreciate that. At any time I ask for any information for something that I need to understand, you can break it down for me, so I can appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You do have two public comment cards.
Apologize. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Mr. Fane Lozman, you wrote on your card E and F, so I'm calling you back for F. And then Miss Erica Davis.
Fane Lozman, interesting comment you made, Mr. McCoy. You should ask Mr. Sermons, on Pine Point Road, there's an illegal subdivision on lot 24, yet they're issuing a building permit for a modification to a dock that per our code can never be built. You have to have that property replatted, we've never replatted, but yet they've issued multiple building permits to it. And Sermons just doesn't care. Doesn't care. Getting back to this project, I
Thank you.
have I have a friend, I don't know how good a friend he is, but I've known him for a long time. He has the house in the southeast corner of 15th Street. He's he worked for Rybovich for 18 years as a woodworker. Interesting guy, S-E-L. He was the guy on the news a couple weeks ago where he was at the Riviera Beach Marina, and a guy came up and tried to choke him to break his gold chain. Even though he told the marina staff on twice that this vagrant was bothering him, he said he almost got strangled. Unfortunately, the gold chain broke. Where he lives on that house in that corner there, and I just want to know, did he receive the proper notice? He said he couldn't make it tonight. He wasn't feeling that great, but did he receive the notice for all the stuff that's going on all around him? He told me he had fights with Viking over the years, especially the old man there, Bob Healy, I think is his name, where Bob would park porta potties right on his property line, blow fans and blow fumes on his property. So they have a lot of bad blood between those two. I was just wondering what, was he consulted? How is he being impacted? What's going on with his property? I saw in one of those little pictures, there's 4 trees put in front of his house there. Is that anybody talking about that? How is that? And not only does he own that house in that corner, but on the north side, he owns another lot that had a bunch of boats in there. So he owns property on either side of what's going on there. How was he consulted in that process? But when you're talking about replat, you should ask Sermons, why was the property on the north side of Pine Point Road not replatted? Because that's a requirement to get building permits, and that's never taken place yet.
Thank you, Ms. Lozman.
Miss Erica Davis.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Once again, you guys just fall for anything. And I'm going to put on the record, the comprehensive plan sucks. We have all of these boat yards all over this doggone city, everywhere. And you're talking about a downtown that we want with acres of boat yards, boats everywhere. Who is it benefiting? Is it benefiting you? Is it benefiting the residents? No, it's not. It's benefiting their pockets. How in the hell are you going to have them to expand to Broadway and think that's what we want for our downtown? Does West Palm have it? West Palm used to have it, but West Palm sent them away because West Palm is getting ready to redevelop their area over on Flagler. Fort Lauderdale, with Safe Harbor, is getting ready to do the same thing. But this place is always used as a dump. The comprehensive plan sucks. We have warehouses, boat yards, junk yards, everything, and it's always disrespected, and you guys just sit up here and fall for the okie doke like Uncle Tom's. I'm going to say it. And it's disgusting. I'm pissed right now. I thought that you guys would be different, but you settle for everything. You settle for everything. Just because you want to get something done. And it's not going to benefit us. It's going to benefit them. And this attorney here, the one little gentile, he's always over here with a warehouse and a boat yard. We're sick of this. You don't hear us, but you will come and knock on our doors for a vote. And I didn't want to get nasty tonight, but I guess I had to, because you're not listening. You never listen. We don't want that. We didn't want it. They come in this city back in the 90s and just took over. And Miss Bram and everybody fought for them not to even be here. And some of these stories that they're telling about bullying, I believe them. That area could have been so much better. It could have been Airbnbs, hotels, more shops. Our marina could have been expanded. We are landlocked. And when those boats come through here, the trucks come through here, it's going to be a catastrophe for the residents. But you don't care. You don't care. And it's disgusting. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
That concludes public comments, Mr. Chair.
Any additional comments from the board?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
It's one thing to be thought of as a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. That's all I have relative to this item. We can roll call.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you.
You.
We move discussion and deliberation to item 7. We're now in discussion by City Manager.
Real briefly, Mr. Chair, tomorrow morning, the mayor and I have muffins and coffee at the library. So you can join us from 9 to 10 tomorrow morning to talk on a variety of different city-related topics. That's going to be the third Thursday of the month, and the library's address is 1229 Congress. We also will be reposting information concerning a lane closure because of some work and utilities work that's going to be happening on Blue Heron, and we'll be putting that out and also putting a crawl on Channel 18. So there will be some situations that will provide for some inconvenience, but we want persons to know. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. City Attorney?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. City Council, starting with the mayor.
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Before we actually go on reports, Councilman Botel?
I'll save them till I'm there in person.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman McCoy?
Mr. Evans, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, what does it take for us to do 119 and 286 training for the employees that have contact with the public? Because quite frankly, someone can walk into the front door of any one of our facility and request the public records, and I'm afraid our staff don't even know the first thing to do. And if we have to sit through grueling 4 hours of training, then staff should know what their role is. In fact, to change public records is fundamental from the clerk's office not to know that. And it's just annoying as hell, and it's criminal if they didn't know that. And Mr. Evans, like, what do we need to do? If we as elected officials have to follow these rules, I think staff should too. And it's embarrassing to get up here every week and we find out some new phenomenon that just shows up in the middle of the meeting. Is that something that leadership wants to take on and do it without direction from the council?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
We certainly will make sure that it's incorporated in our training program that we're looking to build out right now, which we have some training that's scheduled for in October, where we are going to facilitate conversations with the employees on a variety. So we'll make sure that 286 and 119 are part of the training sessions, and make sure persons leave with a Cliff Notes version of what those two particular laws mean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson?
Just want to remind everyone about the community documentary screening, The Right to Read, which will be on July 30th from 3 to 6 p.m. I'm also still looking for educational vendors. You can give me a call or text 561-444-5192 or email kmiller@rivierbeach.org. And you can sign up on the Eventbrite to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson. Ms. Councilwoman Lanier?
I just wanted to say that Palm Beach County Housing and Urban Development, Housing and Economic Development announces the availability of owner-occupied housing rehab program assistance for residents aged 62 and older, veterans, and/or applicants with special needs. You can contact the online portal opens up August the 21st, and it closes on September the 25th. But for more information, you need to contact Laurel Williams or Antoinette Prescott, 561-233-3693 or 561-233-3606. And this is for if you own your home, you're over the age of 62, you're a veteran, and you need some help in your roof or helping out with your I think even the inside of your house, that you can give these people a call and they can help you, because that money is state and grant money.
Thank you, Pro Tem. And just question for follow-up, is that just for veterans?
No, it's for
62 and older?
It's for 62 and older veterans and special need applicants.
Okay. Thank you, Pro Tem. My comments are July 29th, we're going to be hosting our back to school event with the city in conjunction with Sincere 2000. All my colleagues, if you can attend, we'll be there from 12 to 6, doing resource drive, free services for the kids, and it'll be a great event. So I would love for you guys to attend, to make sure that you can speak to all the residents and children. Mr. Evans, if you can have staff out there to discuss the utility rates and possibly to discuss some reimagine. I'd love to have some staff there as well, because we'll have a lot of residents based upon the attendance from last year. The ribbon cutting that was hosted at the Housing Authority was absolutely phenomenal. I'm sorry, at Heron Estates, the family facility. It was a great event. They opened up their facility, which is actually 100% occupied now. And I want to make sure that we as a city have the discussion. Councilwoman Lanier talked about housing, but we want to talk about what's going to be the direction with partnering and possibly associating with our housing authority, seeing how we can partner with them, our CDC, and get housing really on the forefront and discussion. Owner occupied was on my list. Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. And I agree with one of the speakers. We do want a downtown district. We want to focus on building up our Broadway corridor and creating some type of downtown entertainment area, social engagement, something for our community fellowship. It's limited with zoning restrictions, and we don't own the land. So we do need to work a little bit more aggressively with our partners in trying to create some type of downtown living facility and seeing how we can make it more attractive to the facilities of restaurants, shopping, and things that our residents want. So I want us to get creative with that. And Mr. Evans, you're doing a great job of providing and updating the zoning and the code. So let's just really work on creating that downtown corridor while we're focusing on housing as well. So Mr. Evans, thank you. Any comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, with the posting really quickly, with the posting of the CRA agenda, the CRA plan is there. We are going to give you a brief update on that, and then you're going to end up adopting it sometime, I believe in September. We provided you a chronological update, but that is the document that is very important for the community to read and to provide input and feedback when we do have these conversations for the revitalization of our community. So I did want to come on to that comment because I think it's germane.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans. And board members, any additional comments? With no further business, meetings adjourned. Nope.